Do 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 do. Hey, what's happening, Time Fire? VG Mongos, Drowning Hippo Delbach. Timestamps off. What's up, Catalyst? XD, nice to see you, Squillian. Alphador. Corpse Necromus. Cold Shot John. Prixie. Hope everyone's having a solid day today. Thank you, Intro. Glad you enjoyed the cosplay. Certainly enjoyed doing it. Okay, so we've got a couple things on the docket tonight. I have this right here, which is my parts that have not been cleaned. This is all my parts that have not been cleaned or disassembled or anything else. So we're going to be basically going through this bucket one piece at a time. If you do exclam manual and the okay, let's put this in my pocket so that doesn't happen again. We'll be going through that. If you do exclam manual in the chat, it'll bring up the PDF for the manual for the Addams Family machine. So you can go through the parts with me as I'm pulling them apart. So we'll be pulling some stuff apart, put it in the ultrasonic machine, and then going from there. And then next, we have the creature from the Black Lagoon over here. This will look weird because the lighting's not right because I don't set it up. We're going to be swapping out the power driver board for the creatures in Black Lagoon with the power driver board from the Addams Family machine, which is, of course, in pieces right now. But I've been looking forward to this stream because I get to break some stuff apart and show how it works. So I believe first we're going to start with a flipper assembly. Grab my labeling stuff real quick and make a new bag or two. So with any luck, that'll actually make my creature from the Black Lagoon work. I'm still doubtful, but I can at least diagnose some stuff. Okay, so this is 77, and this will be 77 coil. I'm going to label the coil separately so that I can have a, when I go to replace the coil, it'll be okay. It's going to be low because there's no microphone boost inside XSplit, but if I stream in OBS with this microphone, what happens is the mic gets desynced after a while. Alrighty. Where did I put my other camera? Hold on just a second. Gotta grab my other camera for reference photos. Reference photos are good. Okay. This is a flipper assembly. So we're going to pull it apart and I'll show you how it works. If you're following along on the manual, it's page 75 has a schematic for a flipper assembly. So let me write down the time real quick so we can talk about it. So 4 minutes is flipper assembly. Nice, good handwriting. Okay. So this is a flipper assembly. This is what makes the flipper go. I have a flipper shaft right here. So this is the, connects to the bottom of the board like this. Your flipper sticks through. Come on, don't fail me now. It's a bit weird when it's off the machine. Okay, so you see the flipper shaft goes through this hole from the top side of the playfield. Like so. Come on. So your flipper goes in here. This is what it looks like on the top of the playfield. This arm actuates, and that turns the flipper. What you do is you tighten down this nut right here that clamps the bar, and that makes the flipper turn when the coil fires. Okay. One more thing, if you're talking about doing a flipper replacement, there's this tool right here. It's called the gap tool. Comes in most of the coin boxes you'll find. What you do with the gap tool is when you're aligning your flipper, you stick this on the shaft, you press it down. This gives a 7mm gap between the bushing and the flipper. This is very important. If you don't have this gap here, it'll rip up the bushing, which makes your flipper work like crap. So that is the basic gist of how to set a flipper. You get it in there the right way, tighten down this nut, and then your flipper is on the playfield. That's your gap tool. It costs like 30 cents. All right, so there's a flipper. What we're going to do is start pulling this apart, and I'm going to lay down the pieces as is. I also have a bag with a flipper rebuild right here if we're missing anything. Okay, so first things first, got to remove this spring. That's good. Next, what we're going to do is remove this housing right here, and then I'll give us our coil out, because this bar is not going to come out without that coming off. So we're taking off this bracket right here. Okay. One screw. Two screws. Oh, come on. Don't be a jerk. Okay. So that gave us enough clearance. Here's the flipper coil. It's just a copper coil wrapped in paper. Has this flipper tubing on the inside. All coils have tubing to fit the arm through. So the arm goes in here, and then the coil fires and pushes the arm, which then turns the flipper. One of the only things you can mess up when you're doing a flipper rebuild is making this arm not pressed into the flipper bar. So like, if your flipper's in here and then your thing's sideways like this, when it's firing, it's going to cause a lot of friction on that tubing, which will eventually rip up the tubing and give you like a sticky flipper or a really weak flipper. But for now, this is our 77 coil. We're just going to throw this in here. It's labeled 77 because that's just the order that I pulled it off the machine. So you can tell when I got this machine, it already had a flipper rebuild done because this is a new piece. It's using plastic for the arm instead of what's called Bakelite, which is this really looks like wood, but it's not. Okay, so there's our screws. Let's put these over here. Next, we have this. Next, we're going to take off the bushing, which apparently only has one lock washer on it. Interesting. Should have 3. That's okay, though. So we'll take these off. If you have a weird acting flipper, replacing the bushing can be really important. If the bushing is messed up, you're just going to have a lot of problems. So these don't need to be replaced. These look like brand new screws. All right, this one we're going to have to grab with like a crescent wrench and then unscrew from the other side. That should do it. Easy money. Okay, so we can pop our bushing off now. So this is what the flipper rests in when it's on the playfield. Looks like this. You can already see all the carbon buildup that's on this thing. Each time a coil fires, it releases some carbon. It's just natural. But the result is you end up with a lot of carbon, especially on this piece, which is the end of the flipper assembly. All right, next we have the... Oh, man, I'm going to need an Allen screw for this? My goodness. Very well, then. Actually, maybe I don't even need to take that off. That cap's in pretty good shape. when the flipper's firing, it constantly hits this metal tab right here. So if you don't have a new tab here, this is a pretty cheap part, but if this metal piece ends up getting ground down, that can also cause a weak flipper. But this one's in really good shape, so I think I'm just going to leave it on there. It's got a couple Allen wrench screws on there, no big deal. No real reason to take that off if I don't need to. I think I can just ultrasonic the whole piece. This is a rubber grommet on the other side. This can also get pretty beat up. This one's in good shape, though. All right, so next we're going to talk about the leaf switch, which is this piece right here. This is what tells the board if the flipper is open or closed. If you look in the manual, there's usually a specification on how far of a gap there should be between these two tabs. It's usually like 0.65 millimeter, really close together. On old pinball machines, the flipper will be closed all the time, and then when you fire the flipper, it opens up, and then when you load it back down, it closes. On the newer machines, where they use the Fliptronics boards, it's the opposite. The switch should be open. When you fire the flipper, it closes. So we're just going to pull this off. We got to pull the leaf switch off because it's made with wood, and that's not going to clean up very well. This little tab on the end which holds the end of the screws. Don't want to lose that. Otherwise my leaf switch won't sit on there properly, and that's very bad. So this is a new looking leaf switch. It was obviously replaced relatively recently, so that's a good piece. I have a new one in my flipper rebuild kit here. Flipper rebuild kits come with tubing for your coils, new actuator arms, new tabs with the metal on there. So there's a new tab for this one if I wanted to replace it. And leaf switches. Okay. I am, in fact, going to remove these two things so we can lay everything out in a neat way. Alright, this switch, don't care about it. This one, okay. There's my bushing switches. These two are this tab. I'm going to put this over here with the leaf switch. Actuator arm. Okay, I know I got a bunch of Allen wrenches in here. Let's see if we can find the right one off the bat. That one's too big for that one. But just right for that. Very good. Oh man, this drawer's a mess, and that's my fault. This looks pretty good. Does it fit in there? Hot? Nope, not quite. I got a whole set of Allen wrenches out in the garage, but I think I should have the right one for the job here. That's definitely not it. I should have known before I got started this was going to happen. It always happens. It always happens. Well, let me go grab my box of Allen wrenches. You guys should stay with me. This thing's got like a 300-foot range. Uno momento. All right, Allen wrenches, where you at? There you are. Okay. If it's not in there, I don't have it. It's going to be in there. Why it's two different size Allen wrench screws, I don't know. Why would you do that to me? Too big. This looks about right. And it is. Okay, cool. We got our Allen wrenches that we need. Once again, if you do exclam manual in the chat, which I'll do right now, brings up the manual. We're on page 75 of the Addams Family Manual. Come on, keyboard. I love you. Page 75 has the schematic for the flipper assembly, which we're doing right now. Well, let's get these starting to get loose, and then we'll flip it over. Okay. Are you kidding me? Is it 3 different sizes? No, it can't be, right? Maybe it can. No, it got in there. Just a little grease and stuff in there. I'm just using a universal clamp for this. I have a much more robust clamp for the other one that I do, but this one is just on my workbench with a universal style clamp. Okay, so there's that tab. That's our leaf holding tab. Holy guacamole. Get in there. I know you're the right size. These ones are really in there good, which is nice. I mean, they should be. Come on, man. Maybe it's one size too small. No, we got there. Okay, good. Okay, don't want to lose this washer, the lock washer, or don't want to lose that. Okay, so we have disassembled our flipper now. This is the piece this is the mounting bracket. This is the bushing, which goes right here. This is the, I don't know what to call it, metal tab where it stops the actuator arm. Got a rubber grommet in here, which I might want to pull out. I don't know. Yeah, grommet's not in great shape. I'll be ordering new grommets anywho. So why not? So prepared today. The way this is set up is super cramped for me, so we'll see. Needle nose pliers. I know you're in here. I love you. Okay. I will be putting it through an ultrasonic cleaner with one part simple green to 3 parts water. That will remove any dirt. It may not look super clean because this is not a polished metal, but it'll get all the dirt and stuff off. So to put this thing back together, we disassemble this tab here. We put this on, screw on our leaf switch through this tab, put our bushing back on, and put this back on with the coil, like so, and then put the actuator arm through. Pretty simple. Flipper assemblies are not super complicated. So this is all the pieces of our flipper assembly. So this one is ready to go into the ultrasonic. Let's see, this pull-off stuff is not going to get ultrasonic. That's not going to get ultrasonic. These screws, no need for that. These screws need it. So these will go in. These are those two. Bushing screws, definitely not. The bushing will. You know, I'm going to take these lock washers off these screws to not go in. We'll put the screws through. Well, maybe the lock washer doesn't want to come off this one. That's okay. Oh, there it goes. You can see this screw is, well, if it wants to focus, very dirty. That's A-okay. The actuator arm and the spring did not need to go through. It'd just be a waste of ultrasonic. So I'll be replacing this piece anywho. Already have the flipper assemblies ordered. Okay, so I'm just going to put this stuff back into back into the bag. And then we'll reassemble it after it's done cleaning, but this is not enough for one batch on the Ultrasonic. So what we're going to do is find another flipper assembly, pull that apart, and then we will do it. All right, there's 4 flipper assemblies on the Addams Family machine. There's another one. This one, if I'm not mistaken, is the mini flipper assembly. Same exact thing, but this one just had a different coil on it. They use different coils for different powers on the flippers. Okay, so here we have yet another flipper assembly. This one's 74, so I'm going to make myself some labeling stuff. I'm going to take this and say, this is 74 and 74 coil. I'm going to keep the coils separated so that I know when I go to put stuff back together which coil goes to what. This machine uses a lot of different coils. Where I'm getting these numbers, I have my master list of parts right here that I pulled off. Go down number 77, left flipper assembly. Let's see what number 77 was. Wait, that's 77. 74, top right flipper assembly. Yeah, that creature machine's in insane shape. So this one's going into the Ultrasonic. I'm just going to put this over here for right now. That's going in the Ultrasonic, and we have the leaf here, which I really should have looked at the orientation. Let's see here. So when this fires, it closes the leaf. The large tab is on the inside towards the coil. So this piece of metal closes the leaf in and out, which tells the board if it's open or closed. Fair enough. Oh, I really should have removed that grommet. Let's see if I can do that real quick. See if this will actually come out. The rubber is quite dry, so we're just going to try to grab this with some needle nose and pull it through. Hopefully don't pinch myself. Or I can probably, I don't know. Nope. I gotta pull this off camera. I can't lean that way and pull that hard. Alright, there we go. Got the grommet out. So, this piece of rubber will eventually dry and become cracked and then fall off. And then when the actuator arm's slamming into it over and over again, it'll crack, which creates a bigger gap where the flipper's not supposed to hit. This is what protects the actuator arm when the coil fires, hits this piece over and over again, and is hitting rubber instead of metal. If this breaks, it'll end up hitting metal, which is very bad. So there's my grommet. This machine uses 3 different coils for 4 different flippers. The bottom flippers are these orange coils. The top right is the red, and then there's a different coil for the mini flipper as well. Okay, so we have 74 and 74 coil. Very good. Got our Allen wrenches. They better be the same. Okay, there's no lock washers on these, but that's okay. Okay, so same thing here. We're going to remove the spring. Try using the handle of the pliers to push it through rather than pulling it out. Okay, I'll give it a shot. The problem is the railroad is very dry, so it's like very hard to work with. This is the parts for the Addams Family machine. I have a huge bin of parts that I'm working through. Okay, the nice thing about doing the Ultrasonic this way is that I'll have all the same parts if I'm doing, well, I'm doing all the flipper assemblies. It'll be very easy to figure out what goes where. Okay, so we got this off, which will pull our coil off, pull our actuator arm out. Put that over there. So same piece as before. Okay, now we're going to take our bushing off. There should be lock washers on the bottom of these screws, but there's not. So when I do end up going to get all my lock washers and stuff, I'll make sure I get some for those. Some stuff can be hand cleaned, but most stuff I'm going to try to get through the Ultrasonic. Well, I'll be getting a lot of new parts too, Wiley, but most of the stuff will be refurbished. I mean, you can't replace everything, and frankly, most stuff doesn't need to be replaced. Okay. No, not quite. So the bushing here holds your flipper assembly, like so. This part goes to the top of the playfield, looks like this. Then the arm here clamps on through this hole, tighten down this nut, and then the arm firing is what causes your flipper to go. Bushing getting messed up is very bad, so if there's any like cracking or pulling or anything on this bushing, it's definitely want to replace that. This one's in good shape though, it actually looks pretty brand new. Alright, so now we have to get these arms off. We're going to pull off the leaf switch. Somebody definitely did a full replacement of the flipper shortly before I got this one. I'm still going to clean it and reassemble it and everything, but this one's looking in pretty good shape for how it is. It's obviously had some work done recently. Okay, metal tab, screw. This leaf switch I'll be replacing. Netrunner, thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it. I've been really looking forward to this stream, so thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. That one was not nearly as cinched down as the other one. That one's already loose. Very good. Okay, there's not even a lock washer on that one. Interesting. It's really not going to affect the performance of the machine at all as long as it's cinched down, but definitely something to look at replacing when I get around to it. Okay, there's a lock washer on this one. Put that over here for now. You can see, this is why I'm pulling it off right here. You can see that excess of carbon buildup all up in here. That needs to come off. Hey, NXT, thanks for watching, sir. I'm thinking I can probably fit all 4 flipper assemblies into the Ultrasonic. I don't really care if these are blinging when they come out of it, as long as the layer of dirt's off of them. So I don't need these to be ultra super clean, just need them to have a nice hot soak. They really don't need any lube when they go back together. Rats out. I mean, you can use Loctite or whatever, but it's really unnecessary, in my opinion. Let's see if I can do this. The grommet will go through. Nah, the end of the pliers isn't going to work here. I got to pull these off. Alright. Grommet. Okay, so we have yet another flipper assembly here. We got our old bag, which we're going to put the dirty parts back into. Oh, crap. I need to label these before I forget. This is 77, 77. Are these the same size? A good question. Yes, exactly the same size. Well, no, they're not. Okay. So I'll have to remember which is which. I thought they were going to be the same size, but it's a different, or maybe it is. Oh, yeah, it is. It's the same except for it's flipped, because one's on the one side and one's on the other. Same mounting bracket, just slightly different orientation. Pinball machines can be pretty high maintenance. I mean, if you're going to own a pinball machine, you're going to have to work on it at some point. Okay, put these back in. Okay, these can get cleaned too. And this. I don't need pictures for this. We're good. Okay, so now we have 2 flipper assemblies set up. Oh, wait, let's put the coil in the coil bag. Oh, my bushing's out here. I think if we get all 4 of the flipper assemblies in the ultrasonic, we'll be set. Pinball definitely falls underneath gaming content. This is a classic gaming cabinet. Classic gaming cabinets require maintenance. All right, so we have our coils here. We got our 77 coil, 74 coil. Put our 74 bag under here. I'm glad they're the same orientation because that would have been tricky if it wasn't. Okay, let's find our other flipper housings here. I know I got 2 more. There's one. So this is going to be the mini flipper assembly, which is the yellow coil. Let's double check that 75 on the parts list. All right, 75 mini flipper assembly. I don't, badonkadonk. I have an ultrasonic cleaner, which has been working great for me. Actually, it's working freaking fantastic. Okay, 75. James hates the ultrasonic. I can't blame her. That thing's loud. So 75, 75 coil. I guess, Badong, I'll ask you, do you recommend using Loctite or anything when you're reassembling stuff? I always felt it was kind of redundant, but that's just me. Okay, so we have our third flipper assembly. We're going to do the exact same thing. Remove the spring, remove the mounting bracket, and then go from there. I'm sure there's some things a tumbler is better at than an ultrasonic. Sometimes the ultrasonic doesn't like to get some really baked on there crud. That's what I thought, but no, that's what I thought. Just asking for a problem. All right, coil comes off. There we go. Whoa, where's my bracket? Bracket on the floor. Whoa. I'm pretty excited to swap the board out into the Creatures from Black Lagoon from the Addams Family. I got the board out right now. Pretty excited for that because it may fix the problem. In which case, I can start working on circuit board repair, which I'm really excited to do. Okay, well, this is my 75 coil. or 3-in-1 oil or whatever it is. Probably not Loctite, that stuff. Sweet nectar. Delicious coffee. Okay. I'm definitely going to have to buy new locks for this bushing. I'll do this one more time for anybody just joining. How a flipper mechanism works is your flipper. What's the problem? My creature from the Black Lagoon's booting extremely slow. It takes about 2 minutes to boot up, and then it dies during multi-ball, which we talked about in the previous stream. Me and you talked about anyways. So here's how it works. That's where your flipper goes on, goes into the coil right here, clamps down using this nut. Your flipper goes in here. Make sure you use a gap tool when you put that on. And then when the coil fires, it makes your flipper go. It has about a 2-minute boot time, and then after it's booted, if you turn it on and then back off and then back on, it boots rather quickly, but it dies consistently during multi-ball. But man, oh man, that machine is in such good physical condition. I'm not even mad it dies during multi-ball right now. It's an unbelievable deal. So I pulled my power driver board out of the back of the Addams Family because I know that one works for sure. Yep, actually, the Star Trek Next Generation Addams Family and the Creature from the Black Lagoon all use the same power driver board. In fact, they share, I think, almost all their boards. So, easy part swap. Okay, there's our bushing. Look at this, man. Dirty, dirty hands. All right, now we'll remove our leaf. What I've decided to do, I ordered a rotten dog board to replace the one that's in there right now. But what I'm going to do is use that giant power driver board as my seg into learning how to do circuit board repair. And after I'm done with that, I should be confident with just about anything. Of course, still learning about circuit board theory and all that stuff. But the actual learning to desolder and put new parts on and stuff is pretty terrifying. No, both flippers at the same time does not reset the machine, only during multi-ball. When you find the creature, specifically, when the hologram boots up, it usually lasts about another 20 seconds, and then it gets dunked. Alright, this one does have a lock washer. Good. Well, I'm going to learn the solder first, and I can learn the circuit board theory as I go. I'm really actually pretty excited about circuit boards, so it'll be a big learning experience for me. But I'll have a board that I don't technically need. Doesn't mean I'm going to mess around with it or do anything crazy, but it'll be nice to have a big board to practice on where I don't have the stress of knowing that if I brick it, my machine doesn't work. The 5-volt looked good, but the lead where you test for 12-volt U, the tab came off, and then really inconsistent readings in the 12-volt is what I got. But the 5-volt was okay. I will be hopping over to that board, and we'll do some multimeter tests on it. I need to write those down. I did a few tests, but nothing crazy. All right, so we have flipper assembly number 3, mini flipper. Though I'm still a bit confused about why it boots so slow. The resetting issue, I did some reading up on it. It seems pretty standard for WPC games. There's our grommet. But thank you for your assistance, Badonkadonk. When it reset, I was like, oh, I bet I know what that is because of our previous conversations. That was a little less terrifying this time. I also have a dead string of lights on the creature from the Black Lagoon. I have no idea how to start diagnosing that, but one step at a time. All right, so there's flipper assembly number 3. We're going to move on to flipper assembly number 4, and then I'm going to get these in the ultrasonic, and then we'll probably head over and do some testing on the Black Lagoon. I'm not going to switch out the board yet, but I want to at least get those tests done. There we go. There's that bad boy. So it's going to be the right flipper assembly. These ones I don't need pictures on because I know exactly what happens with that. I'll take some pictures of the pop bumper. Yep, right flipper assembly. Looks good. So this one's 76. Oh, do 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 do. All right. 76 and 76 coil. Thanks, random. Yeah, we'll do some multimeter tests after we get these assemblies into the ultrasonic. Sounds like a plan to me. That one's definitely getting washed. Yeah, it's not rust, it's carbon. Where'd the other screw go? Where'd it go? There it is. It's a dirty one. All right, 76 coil. Carbon doesn't taste really good. Doesn't really smell that good either. Let me just put it this way. Yeah, I remember what I pay for every machine. I have no desire to talk about how much pinball machines cost, parts, all that stuff. I'm just here to spread the joy of pinball. There's great resources for finding out how much stuff costs. I'm not here to brag or talk about how much stuff costs. If you're interested in getting into the pinball hobby, it'll probably cost you a pretty penny, but I think it's well worth it. It's pretty much been my policy the whole time I've been a streamer, is just don't talk about money. That's how I was raised. That's how I prefer it. Well, both these don't have a lock washer on. That's interesting. All right. I'll probably not end up reassembling this today until I get down to the hardware store and buy some more parts. I love pinball too, man. That's what it's really all about. It's not how much it costs. It's about pinball. It's about pinball. Mixed master shots. Right now, we're pulling apart the flipper assemblies for the Addams Family machine. Another wrong video pinball. Farsight and other companies do a great job with digital pinball. Great job. Really, why is this one so dirty compared to the others? Is that even the right size screw? Hot diggity dog, it's not. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Alrighty then. Okay, I bet these are the original bushing screws, and these are the ones that they got replaced with. So they got upgraded in some cases. Alright, there's that. Get these bad boys off. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. the lock washer up here. Okay, I already put the coil in there, good. Appreciate tinfoil. We'll take a look. All right, this one's pretty on there. We'll just... I don't really want to wash it with... See, this looks like it had oil or something on it at some point, which has now caused it to seize. So I'll just ultrasonic with the lock washer on. Okay, this one's the exact same story. Oh my god, my hands. Dirty, dirty. Alright, I gotta pull this one back so I can rip the grommet off. Come on, grommet. Alright. So this is... What do I do with the dirty bag? There it is. This will be 76. Alright, so now we have 4 flipper assemblies pulled apart. The arm over here. So here we are. We got 4 flipper assemblies for the Adams Family machine. We got 74, 75, 76, 77. Okay, which ones are the lefties? Which ones are the righties? Let's just take a look real quick on our part sheet. So if I lay them with the orientation towards this way, the tab's one way on the left hand and the right hand. Let's make sure, reference check here, so when I go to put the stuff back in a bag, I put them in the right ones. Okay, so 77 and 75 is left flipper, mini flipper. So if the tab's on the right here for me, where the grommet goes, that means it's on the left-hand side of the playfield. Okay, so here's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to step off cam for just a moment. I'm going to fill up the ultrasonic and get it heated up. Then we're going to fire up the creature from the Black Lagoon and run some multimeter tests on the test leads to see where our voltage problem is. I know there's a problem in the 12 volt, but should be able to get a much better picture from there. So I'm going to mute my mic for just a second, go wash my hands, and then I'll talk to you guys while I'm filling up the ultrasonic. You should still be able to hear me, I hope. It's going to be making a few trips back and forth to get hot water and then some other stuff. I'm thinking I can probably do like a 6-liter batch on the ultrasonic here and be okay. Apologies, there's not really a weird way for me to show this. Not that it's exciting or anything, but Gotta fill it up before I get it heating. Do 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 do. Found the less I put in the ultrasonic, the cleaner stuff gets. I'm really enjoying my ultrasonic. It's a very nice cleaning tool. All right, got ourselves 5 liters of very hot water. Oh, hey, the drain's open. That doesn't help. All right. I'm just going to take a reference photo here. $77, $75. Hey Chiku, how you doing? And then we're going to take these into the ultrasonic. We'll give our desk a clean up here in a second. Then we're going to fire up the creature, and I'll switch cameras, and we'll talk about what's happening there. Going to get these soaking in the water first. All right, you get turned on. Heating, and I'll get that up to almost 70 Celsius. That'll be good. Huh, can they go side by side? I think that'll work out good. Not great, but good. So we can do 2 side by side there, so I'll put the tab to the other side. Sorry, talking to myself here. Maybe not, though. Okay, good. They do fit side by side. In that case... I don't really care if these come out super ultra shiny because it's just a flipper housing. Dump all these other parts in there. It's recommended not to have any overlap. We definitely have overlap here, but they'll be clean enough. All right, so we still got quite a while till that heats up. I'm gonna add the simple green solution, and then wait for it to heat up. Okay. Get dunked trash. Let's clean up our station here real quick, and then I'll go fill that up. Then we'll move over to the creature from the Black Lagoon machine. Alright, so these coils are going to go into my other bin, which is the stuff that's already been ultrasonicked. Just to give you guys a reference here. This was the swamp. This was a swamp hole. This is completely black when it went in the ultrasonic. 2 cycles later, it's like brand new. So this is all stuff that's been ultrasonic so far. All right, be right back. Your patience, appreciate it. Funny little dude. Thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I got to move my lighting around, and then we're going to check out the creatures from the Black Lagoon machine, run some multimeter tests, write those down so I have a reference point for when I plug in the other board. Okay. Get over here, power supply. So we're trying out my new camera mount today. I think it's going to work out pretty awesome. Got a really flexible, strong mount, so I'll post the specs once I give it a shot for playtesting. Okay, so we're going to head over here. Yeah, I know the light's right in the way, but it won't be once I get the glass off. All right, you're going to have to do me better than this lighting. All right, well, let's pot the back glass off. This one has a sticky lock on the top, which I really don't complain about because I don't have to unlock it every time I pull the back glass off. Kind of nice, to be honest. All right. All right, you're gonna have to work with me here, camera, okay? Okay. Just gonna guess I'm gonna have to move my camera to the other side. We'll see. See how this works. Yep, camera to the other side. Or not camera, the light to the other side. Pardon me for a moment. Let's get some better lighting in this piece. Okay. That was pretty good. Okay, so the board we're looking at right here is the power driver board. So we're going to boot this on. It's going to take a minute to boot up. So what happens right now is it takes a really long time to get into a power cycle to where it boots. It will boot. It just takes a while. So what we're going to be doing, let me see if I can zoom in here. Come on, you can focus better than that, camera. I know you can. Okay, so you got these little metal points right here. This is where you test like the 5 volt, 12 volt. There's a 50 volt test lead somewhere over here, I think. There's 20 volts. Huh. There's 20 volt here, but on this board, there's a 50 volt test over by these capacitors. There it is, 50 volt test point. So we're going to do voltage testing on all these once the machine boots, and that way we'll know. We'll have a baseline. I'm going to write all those down, so when I switch to the other board, I can test them again. So right now we're just in a waiting cycle, waiting for it to boot up. You can see power is going to the boards because the LEDs are lit, but it's not power cycling into actually booting the machine. So excuse me for just a minute. I'm just going to run to the restroom while this thing hopefully boots up soon. All right, we got there, or it got there. Good. I don't know if you guys can see, but now this LED is flashing, which means the machine is booted. Don't hum at me, bro. Okay. So the next step here is going to be to do some voltage testing. I'm going to grab a sheet of paper, pen, multimeter, and go from there. If you can hear that really annoying buzzing, that's the dot matrix. I'm going to go ahead and strap up just for safety. Prince Pyro, thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it, man. Dude, this bracelet is like the worst design ever. Lord help me. Okay, I'm going to need our multimeter. Okay, so let's go ahead here, and I'm going to write down all of the test leads that we have to test. I have no idea what ZC means, but I'll write it down anyways. Got TP4, which is test point 4. ZC equals test point 1, which has the broken off lead right here, which I'm sure is probably causing a problem. 12VU. We have test point 2, 5 volt. Test point 2, 5 volt equals test point 3, 12 volt R. 0.3, oops, 12VR equals... Okay, let's make sure we're not missing anything here. No test points back there. I can reference my other board, I guess, but make sure I'm not missing anything. Nope. Okay, and back here we have, so we're at 1, 2, 3, 4. Test point 7, 20 volts. 20 volt equals, and then we have test point 6, 50 volt. 6, 60, or 50. 50 volt equals. And I'm just going to grab my other board here. Well, so this is what we'll be putting in there later tonight. Same board, just slaps right in there. This is from the Adams Family machine. This board's had some interesting stuff done to it on the back here. A little bit of hacking happening. That's okay. I know the board works. That's what's important. We missed any. You got test point 8, 18 volts on the far side here, which I missed that one. That's why you picked up the board. All right, test point 8, 18 volts. Okay. So the first couple here we're going to do is we're going to take our multimeter. We're going to set it to direct current 20 volts here. Simply put, I'm not a multimeter master here, but the basic premise here is the black lead is your ground, the red is your hot. So you press the black lead to the grounding wire inside the cabinet, and then the red to your test point, and then you hit hold to get a reading. Okay, so touch to the ground wire here, and then we'll touch up to test point 4. 0.4. Yeah, 0.4, okay. I don't know what ZC stands for, but I guess we'll find out. So 0.40 volts. Next, we're going to do test point 1. This is 12 VU. So that should be. So I'm getting 13.75 out of that. So that actually seems okay. Next, we're going to test test point 2, 5 volt. Getting exactly 5 off of that. What do I do with my pen? Okay. Where's the other one? Test point 3. Where'd you go, man? I should know where all these are by now. Where the hell did it go? Oh. Right next to the other one. It's hiding from me. Alright. Get out of here. Too much coffee. I'm too shaky. Alright, we're getting 11.8 out of that one. Which should be 12, so that should be within normal operating procedure. 11.8. Alright, test point 7 is 20 volts, so I'm going to pop this up to 200. So we can get a better reading. Ooh, don't snap at me, bro. Okay. 20.6. All right, test point 6 is going to be 50. Actually, we'll do the 18 first. It's a lot easier to reach. Touch the ground. Okay, that's definitely a problem. We're only getting 15.8 out of the 18 test. It's fluctuating between like... Well, it's fluctuating all over the place, but it's never actually reaching 18. Might have something to do with the power or the dot matrix, maybe. So we're going to say 14.2 through 17. Well, now it's steady at 15. Yeah, okay, 14.2 through 17.1. And then the last test point we have to do is the 50 volt, which should be up by these capacitors. Let's put this up here so I can get a better look at it. That's running hot. That's 70 volts out of the 50 volt test. All right. So the only real inconsistency was the 50 volt test was hot at 70, and then my 18 volt was running between 14.2 and 17.1. But past that, everything looks normal. Capacitor problem, I guess, if it's too low. The fluctuation supports your theory, definitely. Those black gray things in the bottom center are heat sinks. Yes. These are all heat sinks. Correct. Well, I don't really know what that means, but at least I have a baseline, so when I remove it and put the other one back in, I can compare the voltages and see if see if it's any different. This board that's in here right now is going to be my practice board for learning how to do circuit board repair. I'm not well versed at it by any means, but by the time I get done fixing that bad boy up, I certainly will be. You know, Slippery, they're pretty robust. I mean, it's just that the capacitors, from what I've read, have a 20 to 30 year shelf life. So... when that's up, and it is right now, we're going on 23 years for this machine, it just might cause a cascade failure, you know? I mean, the machine still boots up, but when it starts getting a big power draw from the hologram going in multi-ball, it decides to fail. Oh, they're all black magic to me, too. That's very exciting. I like a problem, I like a challenge, I like a puzzle to solve. So I hit all the test points there. We got our readings. We got our readings for our test points. Damn exposure, you're going crazy. So that's that. So I'm not going to do it right now, but probably in about an hour or so, we'll go ahead and switch out the boards and try to boot it back up and see if it boots any faster. I want to leave it booted off for a while. I want to leave it off for a while to see if it boots slow after the board. If I boot it right back up right now, it'll start power cycling quickly. But I want to leave it off for about an hour at least to make sure everything's drained out. I'm going to unplug it from the wall right now and make sure I'm replicating the slow boot issue or leaving enough time off that it would boot slower. Maybe not as slow as it booted this time, but slow enough. Let's go ahead and close this for right now. Then we're going to hop back over to normal boot cycle for a machine's like maybe 2 to 3 seconds, and then it just runs through a power cycle and boots up. So it should never take 2 minutes for your pinball machine to boot. I'm going to put this away for now. Yeah, that's why we're leaving it unplugged from the wall and leaving it off for a while, solar flare. But we know the other board works just fine, so we're going to do a part switch to get a comparison, which is always a good place to start. If you have the same part to replace with and compare, it's definitely good. Yeah, they do make aftermarket boards. There's a company called Rotten Dog that makes boards. I actually ordered one of those so I can use that board that I just showed as a practice board to repair without too much stress. So, replace a lot of stuff on that board myself to learn how to solder, desolder, and work on circuit boards, so on and so forth. Pretty exciting stuff. Okay, move this back glass so I can move my chair back. I'm pretty stoked about learning it, although it's definitely a pretty terrifying prospect, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it's pretty heavy-duty stuff. Boards are one of the most expensive things you can replace on a pinball machine, so yeah, I got a call with the pinball tech on Tuesday too, so I wanted to get as much testing done as I could and maybe swap out the board to make sure that was the issue, because more information I had, the better. Okay, our ultrasonic machine's up to 52 Celsius. Going to give it like another 10 minutes, and I'm going to pop it on for an hour. And I get a nice soak. Okay. Unplug this. Plug it back in over here. What time we got running right now? 8:18, hot diggity. Oh crap, I didn't send out my tweet. My bad. Nice, Alphador. I'm actually really glad this problem happened with the other machine because, I don't know. It's hard to find motivation to learn something like that unless you have a problem. Because, I don't know, it's a lot of information to intake. But now I'm super stoked about learning how to desolder boards, so blessing in disguise, I suppose. Alright, so here in just a minute we're going to get back to doing parts. Got 8:18, so we're going to load up the ultrasonic here in about 10 minutes. When that cycle's done and I pull the parts out and rebag them, then we'll go into swapping out the boards on the creature machine. Seems fair. I don't know how I feel about these grommets. They're in an okay shape, but okay, I'm going to take like a 2-minute break here, right, guys? Thank you all for your patience today. Do appreciate it. Hey, it's a good skill to have, C-Gap, especially if I want to own pinball machines, which I do. I might as well learn everything I can about them. It's tough because it's a little bit overwhelming, but I mean, if I can keep applying myself for another decade or so, then I'll be a guru. It's a nice big board to learn on, though, so it'll be a lot of practice and a lot of it'll be good. Nice, Psycho Brew. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, thanks for your patience. Let's start going through this parts bin again. I'm going to grab a rag and some stuff to hand clean. Not everything can go in the ultrasonic, nor does it need to. So, you know, it's Novus 1 stuff, man. I use it for everything. Love it. When are you going to put the Addams family back together? When it's ready, man. I don't know. 6 months, maybe? I still have to clean all the parts, order new parts. I have to clean the wire harness. I have to clean the inside of the cabinet. I have to pop out all the inserts, replace the inserts, put new decals down, touch up the paint, repaint the house, have it clear coated, clean out the back box, clean the circuit boards, and then we'll be ready to start putting it back together. It's going to be some time. One step at a time. I don't have too much free time in my life, so projects like this will take a while. Okay, let's see what's next. Let's pull these out. These look nice. These are the magnets on the underside of the playfield that power the power mode. Okay, so the mounting bracket does come out. I didn't realize that. Well, I guess we can wash those. They don't really need it. In fact, these look pretty primo. Not too much dirt at all. Almost looks like these were replaced at some point, because this sheen on the metal is very good compared to some of the other metals. So there's big electromagnets. They sit in a triangle like this and whip your ball all the hell around. So I guess I'm just going to kind of hand polish the metal and the wires and then put them in the completed bin. There you go, pretty dirty. This machine was around a lot of cigarette smoke. You can just tell. That's okay, though. We'll get it right as rain. I will never take on a repair project as big as this, but I wanted to do at least one in my lifetime just so I could. And by the time I'm done working on this machine, there will be absolutely nothing that I can't do as far as repair for artwork and stuff goes. 100% positive the magnets are functioning. Yes, 100%. In fact, I'm pretty sure these magnets are new, or new-ish. Yeah, there's definitely some tar in there, no doubt about it. And that's okay. Yeah, I'll never take on a project this big again. Not that I'm not enjoying it, it's just there's really no need to. But it's a great learning machine. And what more can you ask for than knowledge? Yeah. Oh yeah, I have the LED kit right here. There's all the LEDs for it. And here's the LEDs for the creature. LEDs are like a no-brainer to install on a pinball machine. No-brainer. One of the cheapest things you can do to add a lot of value to the machine and make it look way nicer. Thank you, Claw. Yeah, a lot of the cleaning may seem silly, but like this is never going to happen to this machine again. I'm never going to pull it apart like this. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the machine. There's no reason not to, you know? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab Ziploc bags too, because I might as well use new bags if I'm going to do all this. Dazbot, thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it. This is, we're doing parts for the Addams Family machine. We're also going to do a board swap on the creature from the Black Lagoon. We just ran some multimeter tests on the test leads for it. Everything came back okay, except for the 18 volt was very heavily fluctuating. We'll be doing a board swap and seeing if that fixes any of the problems. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Sure, you know what? I bet I can fit these in a smaller bag. Sometimes smaller is better. Okay, so this is 87. Yes, they don't give off heat. Actually, the general illumination bulbs can damage your board and cause some burning, too. It's not super common, but the general illumination bulbs definitely heat up a lot more than the LEDs. All right, so we got 87 here. I'm going to say these are clean enough. Just kind of gave them a little wipe down with a cloth, but it's as good as they're going to get. Good evening, Keeleron. The mounting brackets in there. Good enough. All right, so I have a bin of parts below me here that is my cleaned parts. I'm going to find a nice spot for these. All right, in the corner, that's a pretty heavy piece. Okay, this is trash. Let's pull out another piece here. Okay, why did I have this one here? This one's already been through the ultrasonic. Was I going to resolder the things? I don't think so. I will leave that for another time. What I need to buy is a deriveting tool for some other stuff. All right. Let's see if there's anything else I can pull the coils off of. All right, here we go. Pop bumpers. I'm waiting to do these. These are my pop bumper assemblies. Pop bumpers are pretty jacked on this machine. I'll show you why. Well, they should all be the same housing, so we'll double check that. Yeah, okay, so it's not going to matter if they're labeled Pop 1 through Pop 5 or not. These are really freaking dirty. Okay, so here are our pop bumpers. There's 5 pop bumpers on the... Dear God, don't be dropping stuff already. It's okay, it's just a washer. Buying all new washers anywho. Okay, we got this bag of crap here. Let's go and throw this out there. Okay. So here's our pop bumpers. How a pop bumper works is... Oh, hold on, let's find the time here. I need to write this down real quick. It is 1.5 hours in. Okay. $130 pops. Okay. Oh, let me go turn on the ultrasonic. Sorry. This will be an obnoxious noise, so excuse the noise. I'll close the door behind me so we don't have to hear it the whole time. Oh, warning, headphone users. Here it comes. So that wasn't too bad. All right, so I got the ultrasonic running with the flipper housings in there. Third, thank you for keeping it dapper. Appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow too, funny little dude. Okay, so the way the pop bumper works is... Oh man, this one's jacked. Okay, we gotta get one that's kind of together. This one's kind of together. Okay, so the way the pop bumper works is the metal tabs with the rings go into these holes right here. And then when the ball rolls over the piece of plastic, it presses down on a leaf switch over here, which causes the solenoid to fire over and over again. So the problem with these is they've been used so much that the metal brackets underneath the pop bumpers themselves have actually snapped. They've fired enough times to snap a piece of steel. You can see this brown thing here. It's called a yoke. This is made out of stuff called Bakelite. They make them out of fiber, which is a little tougher, which is what I'll be replacing these with. But it's got a yoke and then a metal bracket underneath that, like so. Then the pegs go through there, and that holds everything. But yeah, they fired enough times to actually snap the steel. So that's pretty messed up. So this is the arm, or the what goes in the tubing for the coil on this one. So the tubing goes in here, and then the yoke goes over that, and the steel bracket goes over that, and then the spring's in there too, which causes the action. So I have to order new steel bits and new yokes for this one. And then we got all these miscellaneous lock nuts and washers and screws and crap, which is all good and well. So what I'm going to be doing here is pulling these apart, and we'll ultrasonic the housings and the springs. Okay. That one can come out too. Shrouded Legend, I really don't get out of the house very much, though I am very lucky that there are many great people here on the site that have come in and really been hyped about pinball. I had several pinball techs in the channel, which has been a huge help. But really, I'm learning everything on the fly, so it's been exciting. But you can see just how dirty this freaking coil is, how much carbon buildup and everything else. This coil's probably never been replaced since the machine's been in operation. Okay. I don't think there's any real point in keeping these yokes and stuff. I'll be getting new ones, but I might keep a couple just for reference in case the ones I order don't fit on the tab. So the next step here is going to be to remove the coils, or remove the mounting bracket from the coils here to get the coil off. Yeah, the coils are pretty yucky, but I'm going to make a bag here that says pop coils, just so I know when I get the new coils in, which coil goes to what, so I don't have to go back and reference the manual again. You guys keep saying it's bad. I'm loving this. So pop coils. So once again, this is the pop bumper assembly. How it works is the pop bumper ring goes down through these two holes, which goes through a yoke and a piece of steel. When the ball rolls over the piece of plastic, it hits a leaf switch, which causes the pop to fire like this. And that's how a pop bumper works. Pretty straightforward, but this machine gets a lot of action, and all of these steel brackets have snapped in half from so much use. Have a great one, old Billy. Enjoy your Pillars of Eternity, sir. So what we're going to do right now is remove the coil bracket. Okay. So there's our coil that got off. Okay, so this is the arm, which should be able to turn around now. Okay, we'll worry about that in a second. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's just get all the coils off. The scary part is that there's no real twisting happening on this. It's just repetitive slamming into it. I don't make or customize pinball machines, Raw Hat. I'm just restoring this one. I don't do any custom work. Oh, maybe I make a modification here or there for a design, but nothing that changes the gameplay. Okay. Bracket number 3. This one looks like it had the steel replaced, because that's a different color. This is really, well, not overkill, but this is very intense for pinball repair. This is a full-end restoration, which you just don't do most of the time. Okay. So there's one that the arm already fell out of. At least the brackets are in pretty good shape. That's good. Okay, so here's our coils. You can see the carbon buildup on the tubing, the carbon buildup on the outside. These coils are, they're at the end of their life cycle. Okay, these screws are going to be very important not to lose. I'm going to pull this down just so we don't. Okay. Yeah, water picks are great. I got one of those Water Rush. Very nice. Okay, so here is my pop coils. Yeah, they just released the Medieval Madness remake. Haven't heard too much about it, but it's nice they did. Okay, so here's our mounting brackets. Metal tabs are in really good shape. All right, so here's the pop bumper assembly. You can see the steel pieces at least crack there. So we're going to pull this back and turn it around. Maybe. No, we're going to pull it out this way. Okay, there's another spring. So there's 2, 3 springs. Uh-oh, did I lose a spring? That's okay. No, I didn't. We're good. Although I think one of those springs might have been... No, I haven't done anything else yet. Okay. So 4 springs. Well, broken in half again. Yokes in okay shape. In fact, these yokes might be usable, but why not replace it? Who knows? Okay, 5 yokes. Yeah, it looks like this one was replaced at some point, which is interesting. There's 5 springs, 5 arms. Okay, so you can see the difference between those 2 pieces of metal. One of them's more of a yellowish tinge. That's still going to get replaced. But like just touching these things. All of them except for this one, which is a different metal alloy. So, who knows? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw these yokes in the bag with the pop coils. Along with this piece of metal. And this way I'll know that that's that. Okay, so pop coils can go over here. All these pieces of metal are trash because they're broke. I mean, yeah, I could put it back together with those, but that'd be stupid. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got five mounting brackets, which go right here. 4, 5. Oh yeah, for sure, Druid. Got 5 springs. Don't get stuck in there. 5 springs and 5 arms, and then a bunch of miscellaneous screws. I'm just gonna bag these screws separately because there's one I need. I'm gonna bag these screws separately because I'm gonna be buying a whole bunch of different screws and stuff anyways. But it'd be nice to have a reference point when that time comes. Not even close, Red Art Romp. We're many months away from that. Well, I have reassembled the Star Trek machine, but that was a long time ago. We are doing parts explanation and cleaning for the Addams Family machine. I have a whole bin of parts here. Okay, so there's that. And then, no, the next generation machine was nothing even close to this. So this is my pop bumper bag. Does this really not have a number on it? I mean, it sounds like something I'd do. Pretty obvious what they are, but... Okay, we'll just call this Pops. So this one will be ready to clean. This is ready to go in the ultrasonic. Just lay these in here. All right, so that's ready for the ultrasonic. We can put the screws in the same bag. Yeah, I did Psycho Brew. Actually, there's a YouTube video of me updating the code for the Vengeance Machine, plus a full day of gameplay. That code update for the Star Trek Vengeance Machine is freaking awesome. Really good. Okay, well... Forgot these. Can't forget these. These are very important. These are the ones that hold the mounting bracket in. So, we're just going to put these in the bag with the Pops. There's no holes in the bag, I hope. Okay. Put these over here for the moment. Alright. So these are all just broken metal pieces. I have no reason to hold on to these. I'll put them in the junk pile over here. I don't like to throw things away right away. I will throw these away probably at the end of the night, but you just... I don't know. It's better to like hold on to something for like another hour and think about it, and then you go, "Oh crap, I need that." Will I need a broken metal tab? Probably not. But we'll give it another hour or so. Okay, so we got just some miscellaneous stuff. This is... What is this? These are the arms that attach to the playfield, which hook into the lock tab. So this would hold your playfield up. These are ready to be cleaned, so we'll put these in the ready to be ultrasonic bin. Oh, it's fine, Prism. I will rebag them when I get them out of the ultrasonic. They will be the only screws that go in with that batch, is why I did not bag them. They'll be bagged afterwards. Okay, what is this piece? This is... Ooh, that was very interesting. Well, the rivet's a little bit loose there. That's okay. This is some sort of guardrail of some sort. It looks pretty clean, but it can be cleaner. Let's look at the ultrasonic too. Alright, I'm just going to start a pile over here of stuff that's ready to be ultrasonic. Okay, these are the colored pop bumper caps. I'll end up cleaning these, but I'm going to replace them. Got screws in the bag too, so... I know I'm going to order new ones of these, but I'm just going to throw these in the clean bin, because I'll end up replacing them later. Alright. This is the subway for underneath the play field. Let's see what I need here. What I don't have right now is a de-riveting tool. How does ultrasonic work? Good question. Ultrasonic, how it works is actually pretty cool and creates a very intense vibration in the liquid. Very nice vibration in the liquid, which creates like millions of tiny bubbles. When the bubbles explode, they pull off debris from whatever's there. So I need to buy a deriveter, and before I can work on this piece, I need to remove these rivets down here to get the micro switch off. They're pretty faded, actually, tinfoil, believe it or not. This wire armature I should just be able to pull out, but can't work on this until it's time. All right, let's see what's next. What is this piece? Okay, we can pull this apart. This is the ball diverter assembly. So on the bear kick ramp, when you kick up the bear ramp, if you have thing flips lit, this is the arm that will divert the ball back and forth. So if you're just doing bear kicks, it's like this. When you get thing flips, it flips back like this onto the play field and lets the ball pass. This metal is a bit, what's the way to put it? It needs bent. It needs bent a different way. Okay, I see I put my tiny Allen wrench inside of the play field, or there, because that's what gets that screw out for the diverter arm. Okay. Probably could, little tiger, but I'd like to buy a de-riveting tool for my own sanity. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, this tab hooks onto the play field to keep it from rubbing on the side cabinet. Okay, so does this really hook into the spring here? That's very interesting. I don't fully understand. Ah, that's why. I think this got backwards somehow. Well, we'll figure that out later. All right, so we're going to remove the coil bracket here. Then remove the arm and break it apart. I'm going to get some reference photos of this bad boy because I don't understand this one very well. Now you can like Dremel the rivets off or buy a deriveter or buy a riveter. Okay, take a photo pictures here. And that is number 85. Lighting, though. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you just don't know with remakes and stuff, is my opinion. I mean, I'm really glad they remade Middle Madness, don't get me wrong, but definitely going to wait and see how it turns out, you know? Drilling gets a little bit weird when you're working with breakable plastic pieces. Yes, Jayling, I saw somebody do that. Looks like a good way to go. Okay, there's that. Now we have to remove this this bracket. All right, or that just falls off. That's cool too. Okay, so I believe this is going to rest on top of this. So the way the diverter works is there's a Allen screw on the inside of this thing. The arm fits in here, and then you just tighten the screw down, which holds the arm in place. So this has to be it. Like this has to go here. Yeah, that's right. The spring's in good shape. The wire's in good shape. This is a little beat up, but that's okay. I think it was just, you can see the edges of the metal are kind of ripped. That's no big deal. Yeah, not sure how that happened. How long has the mic been muted? That was really weird. It was muted randomly. Yeah, that was weird. Sorry. All I really said was these screws are in good shape, so I'm going to keep them as is. Yeah, the mic just muted randomly for whatever reason. Oh, you know what I bet happened? I bet my battery died in my my headset. That would make sense, because I've had this... the battery life on this Shure mic has been really nice. Less than a minute. Okay, good. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a picture of this, and then we'll bag everything. No, it's actually 2 AA's on this one, which is really nice, because 9 volts are a pain. Okay, so we got a couple of pictures of the diverter assembly. Now I can bag it and tag it. Then I'm going to take a short break and replace the batteries in my headset. Actually, you know what? I should bag the screws separately. Yeah, 9 volts are a pain, man. For how long have you been repairing pinball machines? I've been into the pinball hobby, or own pinball machines as a hobby, for about 7 months now. This is my first really big project. Okay, we're going to separately bag the screws. All the screws are in good shape. It depends on the piece. Gigabot, there's schematics for everything, so it's not a super nightmare if you forget something. But I take a picture if I'm ever not confident in knowing exactly how it goes back together. So I took a picture of everything that I took off the table when I depopulated it for sure. As far as pulling stuff apart, I mean, everything's in the same bag, so you can kind of, figure it out. $15, 9 volts a week. Hot diggity. It's a lot, sir. Tinfoil. Okay, so here's what happened, all right? So here's how I came to own 4 pinball machines right now. I decided that I was going to buy the Star Trek Next Generation machine, 100%. I knew that's the machine I wanted. So, God bless America. I bought that, and I ran the pinball Kickstarter to fund the capture equipment, because I thought there might be, interest. I thought there was to do that. And then the Kickstarter ended up raising 300% of its goal, so the Addams Family was a stretch goal for that. And that still blows my mind that it got 300%. Thank you all for that. That's the reason we're watching this today. Rotor coil. And then, when I went to go pull apart the Star Trek machine, I thought to myself, man, I'm only going to have one machine to stream, so I bought the Star Trek Vengeance. And then I said, no, I'm done buying pinball machines. Budget, don't have much budget left. And then I ran across that creature from the Black Lagoon, and it was in such pristine condition as far as the playfield went. I literally couldn't pass it up. But we're done now. My pinball budget is completely blown. That's okay, though. I'm very happy with what I have right now. So that's basically what happened. I knew I was going to get the Star Trek Next Generation. The Addams Family was a stretch goal. I bought the Vengeance because I thought it was cool, and I thought it'd be a good machine to stream. And then the creature from the Black Lagoon was kind of like one of those too good to pass up situations. But no, really, my budget is definitely shot right now for pinball, so it's not like I'm going to be getting another one anytime soon. I have plenty of projects to keep me busy. I got the Addams Family working right now. We got a bunch of stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to take a short break, and then we will probably pretty close to switching out that board. We'll do that in the next half hour or so. I'll be back soon. Alrighty. The big deal was my childhood machine, Terrorist. My parents owned that one. Okay, let's see where we are. We just pulled apart the ball diverter. We've done pop bumpers. The flipper assemblies are in the Ultrasonic right now. The hell was this? Oh, this was the bag for the pops. That was 86. Okay, let's write 86 on there so I know. Okay. Yeah, it's going to get repurposed somehow. Okay, don't need that. All right, this is a slingshot assembly. So this is what the two things that are on the side of the flippers that slingshot the ball back and forth. That's this piece. So we're going to go ahead and grab a bag and label it slingshot coil. So let's see how this bad boy works. This is number 80. Terrace Plays is talking about the Big Deal machine. I did not buy the Big Deal. My parents got that from my uncle back in like 1987 or something. Okay, we keep that bag. Okay, so here's the slingshot, and here's how it works basically. You got this right here. You got this Bakelite, dear God, disgusting thing. The maybe it goes this way. One of these. Okay, this is going to be the right slingshot. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so the spring goes on here. And the arm goes into the tubing. What happens is the solenoid fires. Man, I must have this on there backwards or something. Oh, here we go. There we go. The solenoid. I don't even know. Oh, hey, is this it? Well, let's go find this in the manual. Let's find it and look at the schematic, because I'm obviously goofing on this one. If you exclaim manual in the chat, you can get a link to the manual. Let's find the page that we're on. Kicker Slingshot Arm Assembly, page 79. Okay, so I had it on there weird. Okay. So looking at the schematic here, it rests like this. Oh, manual. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, so that goes in the side there. I see that. That looks good. That mounts to the side bracket. Which then goes into here. Okay, that's bat bracket. Coil tubing. Looks good. Okay, so the bracket goes right here. I'm just not seeing how it fires. Because what it does is it kicks out big time. Does this rotate? That must be it. So this connects on there. There we go. That's how it works. Okay. So this piece connects to the playfield as well, I believe. And then when the arm fires, it causes this to push out the piece of rubber. There we go. That's how the slingshot works. So this piece comes up through the playfield, connects to the rubber piece right here, and then does that when the ball touches the leaf. So there's two leaf switches on each side. So there's a leaf switch here and a leaf switch here. The rubber lays over the leaf switches. And then when the ball presses down the leaf switch, it causes the firing action, which causes the arm to kick and push the ball out. So that is a slingshot mechanism. I guess we're going to find out how the Bakelite does inside of the Ultrasonic. I'm going to imagine pretty good. I don't know what Bakelite's actually made out of. I guess this little pin connector's it. I could buy a new arm if I need to, but this piece needs to get cleaned. I don't really want to pull this apart. I could, though. Let's see. Whoa, that had some action on it. Okay, well, there's that piece. So I can't afford to lose this little clip. Really old school plastic? Okay. So there's that. There's another clip here. It's not too bad. Except for I'm pretty sure there was a washer here, if I'm not mistaken. There was a washer, and now I've lost the washer. Okay. Let's take a look around since that thing jettisoned off there so fast. Where'd the washer go? Anybody see it? I'm buying all manners of washers anyways, but Bakelite is what we have before nylon, ABS, and other more easily worked thermoplastics. Okay. Fair enough. Where'd that friggin' washer go? Hate losing parts. It'll swell when wet. Okay, well in that case, maybe I'll just remove the piece of Bakelite. I can definitely remove it and not put it in the ultrasonic. I'll just wipe it clean. This looks like a little Allen screw. So we'll remove this tab. I guess I could leave the arm as is. I can just order a new arm, but yeah, this one's pretty shot. Let's see what the part number is for this arm. Okay, so we're looking at page 79 here. The arm assembly, number 3, coil plunger assembly, A5103. So it's going to write this down real quick. I'm hoping that's it. Let's go head over here and look at it. Man, too much stuff, not enough desk space. Head over to Marco Specialties. A5102. Oh, it doesn't look like it at all. Let's try this again. A5103, excuse me. A5103. Okay, so that's just a standard plunger. My plunger's in good shape. What is the plunger link Slingshot assembly 2-inch? It's $5. Okay. A1503 2X. It's definitely a piece I want to replace because this piece of Bakelite is loose in here, and it's definitely not doing so hot. That's okay, though. I'll bag that separately. Okay, so I'm still missing a freaking washer here, which is going to drive me nutso. Where'd the washer go? Lord help me. Nope. Like, it had to have just fallen pretty much straight off, because there should be... Maybe this one didn't have a washer. No, okay, this one didn't have a washer. It just clips around the edge. Fair enough. The bottom one does have a washer, though. Okay. Crisis averted. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and remove the mounting bracket here for the coil, which has lock nuts on the outside. Very good. What the hell? That was for a bushing. I can grab them both at the same time. Probably not a good idea. Okay. These are really filthy. Thanks, Ace. I'm enjoying it. Thanks for taking the time to watch. All right. So here we go. It's a really, really dirty piece of metal. Dirty screws, filthy coil. Taped on there. Okay. All right. So this is AE 27-1200. You can see just how wrecked this coil is. We're still going to put it in here for a reference point. And I'm going to go ahead and put the plunger arm inside the Slingshot coil bag. And then this stuff is going to go all in a bag together and get put in the ready to ultrasonic bin, at which point I will reassemble. Okay. Okay, so we pulled apart our Slingshot assembly. Gonna need the spring in there too. So there's Slingshot Assembly 1. I'm going to do the other Slingshot Assembly. Oh, bless America. I'm going to do the other Slingshot Assembly, and then we'll start swapping out that board on the creature machine. I think it's had enough of a cooldown period. Right now, if anybody's just joining, we are doing a part deconstruction and cleaning for a Addams Family 1992 Addams Family pinball machine by Bally. Let's find this other Slingshot. We actually made really good progress tonight. Got a lot of the major stuff done. Okay, here's our other Slingshot. Hey, Gisp. Okay, what was this for? Okay, this was the 80 screws. Okay, and these are all just standard wood screws. I'm still going to put them back in the same bag, but these are what hold it to the playfield. So I'm making a pile right now of stuff that is... I left a nut in the crescent wrench. Thank you, sir. This is why I stream, man. This is exactly why I stream this stuff. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So here's our second Slingshot assembly. This one's just as dirty as the other one, if not more so. Okay, there's our bag of screws. Gonna put these back in the bag. Okay, so we got our spring. We got, okay, this one does, oh, yeah, there is no washer on this one, good. Got our little hairpin clip, which we're gonna pop off here. This one will also be, okay, this one's gonna really freaking spring off there, it feels like. Come on. Be gentle. Gentle. You know, grabbing this with pliers would probably be a much smarter idea. Okay, so same thing. This arm's made out of Bakelite. Toxic Ratman, thank you. Keeping it dapper. Goofling, the Ultrasonic's still running with the flipper housings in there, but absolutely we'll get an example of a clean part when that's done. You betcha. Okay. Okay, that one didn't jettison off there so much. That's nice. Now we're going to pull the coil. Damian Drake, thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it, man. Oh, yeah, he's got the nuts on the back. Unfortunately, Terrace plays 3D printing does not produce strong enough polymers to resist a 1 1/16 inch ball bearing slamming against them. You can definitely replicate some stuff with a 3D printer, but most stuff will not be able to hold up to long-term play. Not for a home use 3D printer anyways. Okay, here's our bracket. 2 screws. A nasty ass coil. All right, sling coil. I mean, there's certainly plenty of things you can make with a 3D printer that'll be effective. But anything that's getting hit with a ball bearing repeatedly is just not going to cut the mustard. Okay, so just going to put all this stuff in there. Actually, I'm going to put this in the coil bag too. Yes, I can. Well, maybe Lion. But honestly, that little piece, the little piece of Bakelite is like 20 cents or something like that. All right. So these pieces are going in here. This is going in the ready to ultrasonic bin. Got everything in there. Good. Looks good. That's in the ready to ultrasonic bin. All right, gonna go check on the ultrasonic real quick, and then we're gonna switch over to the other cam, which is right here, and we'll get started on that. Thanks, Ace. Okay. I will be back in just a minute. Gonna mute my mic for a moment while I do this, and then we'll start swapping this board. That bag looks split on the side. Let me double check. It's not, but thank you. Thanks for your patience. The Ultrasonic has about 10 minutes left on it, but that'll give us time to do some labeling and stuff. So, let me see if I can zoom out any more here. Yeah, okay. So what you're looking at right now is the behind the back glass for the 1992 Bally Creature from the Black Lagoon machine. What did I do with my ESD band? What did I do with it? I got another one, but I want to use that one. All right, then. What we're going to be doing is replacing this board, which is the power driver board, with the power driver board that's sitting here. Before I do that, I got to strap up. There it is. Okay. So let me just get my strap on, and then we'll do this. Come on, don't be a POS. Okay, so this machine right now is having a really hard time booting up, takes several minutes, and then it powers down during multi-ball, which is pretty common for WPC machines. It can definitely have a problem. So we're going to be replacing this board with this board. It's the exact same board. This one's pulled out of the Addams Family machine. Lucky for me, I have 3 machines that are very close in when they were made. So it's not too hard to swap out parts to try to test for problems. Earlier in the show, we did testing for voltage on this machine, and all the test leads had some fluctuations in test point 8, which is the 18 volt, and everything else looked pretty good, but this one definitely needs to get pulled, and then we can do the rest. But before we do that, I need to label these wires to the numbers that are on the Addams Family machine. So I'm going to grab some, unstrap myself here. I'm going to grab some electrical tape and some Sharpie, and we're going to start labeling the wires to get ready to pull and swap out. I think yellow electrical tape will work out good. And I'll definitely need some scissors. Oh, nice. There's actually scissors in the drawer. That's great. Not at all, DJ Frizzy. This definitely falls under gaming content. It's not a video game. However, it is a classic gaming arcade cab. There's definitely nothing wrong with streaming this. I asked for permission to do Cooking with Frag, and they said as long as it was, I'm only doing it once a month, so it's fine. But this, there's no question. This is definitely gaming content. This is a high-end gaming cabinet. Yeah, so what you're looking at right now is the inside of the cabinet for the Creatures from the Black Lagoon. We're having a couple issues with the machine. One, it's shutting down during multi-ball, and it's booting up very slow. So what we're going to do is swap out the power driver board, which is this big board right here, with the Addams Family power driver board, which I know works. But before we do that, I need to label the wires, so when I pull them, I know where they go back. I've only pulled 2 of these before, so I definitely still have to label pretty aggressively to make sure I know what's going on. So what I'm going to do here is use the same numbers from when I pulled off the Addams Family machine. This may cause a bit of a nightmare for myself when I go to put it back together, but that's okay. Let me show you here. I labeled all the pin connectors for when I pulled off the Addams Family machine. I have reference photos of this. It'll just take me a little bit longer to get the Addams Family machine back together when the time comes. But that's a very far away, and I want to get this one fixed so I can freaking play it. Okay, so the numbers here are definitely weird. Let's just go one by one. We'll start at the bottom row and work our way up. So we have 11. And on a good note, I only have to label these once. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'll have to end up relabeling when I go to switch it out again, but that's okay. one step at a time. Okay, I can get this band off for now. So I'm going to stick these on the side of the cabinet for the moment. Then we'll start labeling the individual wires. Then we'll pull the board, then we'll slap the new board in, plug everything back in, then we'll try booting the machine back up, which hopefully will alleviate our issues. If it does, very simple fix for me. If it doesn't, the diagnosing begins. I also want to get power readings from the other board to see what's different between this board and the other one. If I really had to, I could pull the board out of my Star Trek Next Generation machine as well. However, it's much easier to do it this way because this board already has labels on it, so I don't have to make 2 labels for each wire, which is going to speed up the process quite a bit. Okay. $11. Now, there is a schematic for everything, so if I like really forgot where something was, I could just go look at the schematic and say, oh, well, the green or the yellow and blue wire goes here, and the other wire goes here. But I'd prefer not to do that. So 12. I definitely did this in a pretty funky way the last time. Lesson learned, I guess. Okay, 11, 12. Where's 13? 13 is up here by this set of fuses. So 13 is the first one. This one. Definitely organize my numbers better next time. 14, we did the bottom there. Is it 4? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I have 1 on this board? Or did I do something else? Apparently I did something else. Okay, well, I'm going to make a couple more labels here. We'll do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. There's a good chance this will fix it. You're right, tinfoil. But, you know, there's always a chance it won't, too, and I'm prepared for that. It'll be really nice if it does fix it, because I have a new board coming in next week, which I can just slap in there as a brand new board. All the boards on this machine look really nice, so the highest probability here is that one of the capacitors is bad, or a set of capacitors is bad, which is causing a cascade failure. It's the most likely scenario. This cabinet, I can't even explain how good of condition the cabinet and the playfield's in. It looks like it's been sitting in controlled storage for like 10 plus years. It's a really nice machine. Okay, this is 3. Well, aren't you in there, booger? All right, the ultrasonic just went off. Let that chill for a minute, and then I'll drain it and rinse everything. All right, there's 3, 4. Five, 6, 7. Can tell that one's never been off the thing. 5. 6. 7. Okay, we got that row done. The nice part here is I'm not going to have to pull the wire harness or anything, so this should be pretty no-brainer where they go back. Okay, 5, 5, 6, 7. This is 13. Oh, God. Did I do 13? Did I forget 13? Already getting lost here. There's got to be a 13 here. Did I really skip? Did I go from 12 to 14? There's no way, right? Oh, this is 31. Okay, that makes more sense. My bad. This is 13. I'm just going to write this 31 real quick before I forget where I'm at. Reading upside down is hard. Oh, Sir Carlton, a little hand to you, friend. Welcome to the Napper, man. Appreciate it, dude. Sorry, I have my back turned to the chat right now. It's an odd camera transition. Very much appreciate it, and thanks to Ashley for letting me know. Okay, so we got J124, 123. Huh. So this one has an additional plug that the other one doesn't. They don't use every pin connector on every board, so I have one that's not labeled. That's okay. Okay, we got 11, 12. That's done. This is 14. 15. This one actually has a lot more pin connectors than the Adams family. 15. J131. This one did not have a high current solenoid. I bet I can almost guarantee this one powers the hologram below the machine. Okay, this one has a lot more than the other one, so I'll have to make my own labeling system for this. I'll just do the name of the pin connectors. So J128 and 129. This is the Creatures in the Black Lagoon. We're doing a power driver board swap between the Adams family and the Creatures in the Black Lagoon. They use the same board, a little bit different pin connectors apparently, which we just found out, but same board, so everything should plug in and power up normally. Okay, so J129 right here. J128. And we're back to normal numbers. J126 was 16. $16. 17. This one actually uses a lot more connectors than the Adams family. It's kind of cool and a bit of a pain in the ass for me, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. That has to be the general illumination track. So J124 was unused, but J123 is used. Let's write another note here. It's definitely a time-consuming process, but something to do. What do the different boards do? Good question. This is the MPU, and this has the ROM for the game right here. This is the dot matrix controller board. This is the sound board, and I should know what this is. This is the high power board. It powers all the high power stuff. You can see there's a lot of thick wires coming off of this one. Powers a lot of the solenoids and whatnot. And this is the power driver board, which controls all the power for the board, or sends power to the other boards. Okay, so we were on J123. really should be a no-brainer where this stuff plugs back in, but God forbid I don't have to go diving through a schematic to find the right color wire, and the wires are faded, and well, woe is me if that happens. J123. Okay, followed by 8. Wait, 18? 8. Okay, 8, 9, 10 is what I need here. Then we have 18, 19 below that. 8, 9, 10. Oh, the upper left is the Fliptronics board. Thank you, Badonkadonk. With all your knowledge, sir. Making me look bad. Perfectly okay. I'd imagine if you pulled enough of these boards before, you'd just kind of know where stuff goes, but I'm not that good yet. Okay, J120 is 8. This is the general illumination circuit, as is the one below it. 8. 9. 10. Okay, and below this we have 18, 19, 20, 18 here. Once we have the bottom pins off, that's really the bulk of the work. Okay, let's see what I got left. We got 20, 39, 40. That'll be that side done. The connectors are all keyed. It's hard to plug them in improperly. Okay, that's cool. I did not know that. It's actually a lot less terrifying then. Still going to take the redundant time to label, but that's nice. 20, 40, 39. Very good to know. I thought the upper main table on the WWE machine looked pretty nice. Nicely done. Wizard of Oz, not so much for me. Balls. Messed up my label. We only have about 8 more after this one to pull off, and then we can pull the board. Well, start to pull the board. Let's do 20, 21, 22, 23. Man, this one has a lot more connectors than the other one. $20, 21, 22, 23. Especially since we're swapping right away. This might be a bit redundant, but I love redundancies. Okay. 40, nope, 20 down here. $40, 39. All right. 39, and then we got 21, 22, 23. '21, 22. This is where it gets tricky because this board is missing a screw. Gotta be gentle. 22. 23. All right, we have J104 and 105. So this is J105, J104. J104, J105. No mames. Ow. Nice and easy. J105. J104. Okay. Gonna unplug the dot matrix ribbon pin. Get that out of the way. Disconnect this ribbon pin. Okay. What do we have left? We have 1, 2. Looks like 2 more pin connectors, then we can loosen the screws and start pulling the board. Okay. So that would be 51. Okay, so it does use about the same amount of pin connectors, just kind of in different places. That's very interesting. So 51. Oh, we got this one over here too. 51 and 32. Hi, James. I personally think collecting anything with the sheer intention of just selling it for more later is always a terrible plan. I collect pinball machines because I love pinball. I mean, yeah, something can be worth more later, but to justify buying something by saying, oh, it's going to be worth more in a couple years is always shit. $32. Okay, guys, just gotta step off cam real quick. I'm gonna start draining the ultrasonic. Sludgy water, so brown. Oh yeah. Oh, those are clean now. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Also, I need a couple more steps here. I got to rinse them off with water and then get them in a towel, and then I'll show you guys how clean they are. Excuse me for just a moment. citrusy fresh. It's definitely good enough for me on those. I loaded up the Ultrasonic pretty heavy this time, so didn't get the exact same level of clean as you would with less stuff. They definitely look nice, though. All right, let's get some screws undone here. Oh man, where did I put that down? Cheese and rice. Oh, it's already connected to the ground. Perfect. Screwdriver. Oh god, why didn't I grab that first? This one should be good. Okay. So we don't actually have to remove these screws, just loosen them enough to lift the board up and out. So a couple turns each should do it. This one's missing a mounting bracket in the top left, which isn't ideal, but shit happens. Should be one down here. Well, getting the board in is going to be a doozy here. We'll manage. Let's do a quarter turn on the rest just to make sure we're not bending anything. Don't need any pinches. Okay. We get them all? I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should be 9, but it's not. That one's loose for sure. Okay, excuse me, I'm going to run water over the stuff one more time. Then we're going to pull this board and slap the other one in there, hopefully. A man can dream. It's going to be tricky to get in there for sure. Do 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 do. It's been such a productive night. Thank you everybody for joining today. Really do appreciate it. It's been real cool to learn how to work on these machines and be able to share the experience with y'all. So thank everybody that did fund the Kickstarter to make the pinball streaming possible. I appreciate it. I'm just in the learning phases right now, but it's been good. I've learned a lot. I learned something about pinball almost every day. And I plan on continuing learning, and one day I'll actually be good at this stuff. But for now, I get to mess up live, and that's okay too. It's honestly pretty intimidating to do a lot of this stuff live for the first time, but what's the worst that can happen? Mess up. Alright, that looks good. After it drains one more time, I can actually clean these off, and then you can see the difference. I think Giant Mnemonics can be one of the next tables I get. It's a really crappy movie, but great pinball table, in my opinion. Alright, I gotta figure out how the hell I'm gonna lift this thing out, because it's pretty blocked by quite a bit of stuff. Well, not blocked. It's gonna be a tight fit, is what it is. Just kind of get these over here for right now. Pull this stuff back. All right, this should... This is what I was afraid of. We're not catching on any screws, so no big deal. Okay, these right here, it's catching. And this is catching on something. Got it. I think. Nice and easy, bud. Oh, there's still one connected on there. Great. Hey, there we go. There's our power driver board. Let's take a look at the back here. Yup, you can see some pretty messy stuff, some weird shit going on in here. Looks like maybe it was resoldered at some point. I don't know. This is really messy, though. Not looking good at all. Yeah. That's okay. We'll get this down on the ESD mat. All right, there we are. All right, we're going to switch gears here for just a second. Apologize, I want to get these parts dried off, and then we will put the new board in. Is that wiring standard on the back? The other one looked about the same, but I'm pretty sure the same person worked on it, so. The back of the Addams family looks the same with the wires. But the back of this board looks better. You can see the same same wiring, but no globs of solder or anything. All the connections look really clean. All right, let's go grab these parts. They broke the traces, okay. Good to know. Well, I at least know the Addams family machine works. The power driver board works in it. Drying these off. I could run these through the ultrasonic a couple more times to get them like super clean, but it's really just flipper housing. As long as it doesn't have dirt that's rubbing off on your hands, I'm happy with it. Actually, these isn't as clean as I wanted, but that's okay. Maybe I'll invest in a tumbler for some parts. You know, these might just need another round. I think I might just do another round on them. I'll show you guys here, though. I really did overfill the ultrasonic, so I'm not surprised I didn't get the results I wanted. I think round 2 might be in order. Okay. Okay, so you can see here, like that got superty duperty clean. Most of the carbon came off of this one. Vast majority. And you can see here where it didn't quite finish the job. It's much cleaner than it was, but all the dirt didn't come off. It's technically clean. I mean, if you rub your finger on it, you're not getting dirt anymore. But could be cleaner. Could be a lot cleaner. Be right back. I think I'll probably do round. I don't know. Like I think I overfilled it, so I don't know if I do another round like that. If it's really gonna get there, it'll get there enough. The bushings came out awesome though, and all these tabs look great. So I can remove some stuff from there. Mounting brackets look nice. Screws look amazing. Okay. Let's see it, sledgehammer. Cool. The WPC boards are infamous for having stuff going on. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm pretty happy with, let's see. There was some major carbon buildup on there, so I'm just going to show you guys real quick what I'm going to do. Major carbon buildup on a lot of the pieces, like especially this, where you can see it's really started to come off completely. But like these didn't have as much carbon buildup, and they're super clean now. So I'm going to get all of this stuff out of the ultrasonic and just start it heating up again, and then we'll replace the board and go from there. But I probably put about 2 times as much stuff as I should have in the ultrasonic, which is why it did what it did. The bushings came out great too, so. Okay, so my bushings came out good. The mounting brackets came out awesome. The actual flipper mechanism brackets need another round. So, just gonna hop back over here real quick. Just gonna fill it real quick so I can get the heater back on, and then we'll replace the board, and then I'll run it in a few minutes. I was hoping to get 3 rounds of ultrasonic in tonight, but looks like 2. On a good note, I have a long way to go, so I can just do basically do like 1 ultrasonic batch a day, and then just go from there. Okay. I'm actually going to take the screws out of the basing because that can definitely disrupt some stuff too. Screws that were in the bottom are ultra clean now too. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. I'd say we got about 75 to 80% of the stuff off in that round. Okay, so let me just switch cameras here real quick. I'll show you the screws. You can see how much cleaner those are than they were before. Yeah, the way Ultrasonic works is it just makes got a transducer in the bottom, which causes a lot of vibration, which causes millions of little bubbles. When the bubbles pop, they remove dirt from whatever they're on, which is how it gets some of that stuff that's really, really deep into the crevices of the metal and whatnot. Okay, well, God bless America. Oh, that one's not open. Might try out a few different cleaning compounds, but simple greens worked out pretty good for me, and I know it's not corrosive, so that's always good. All right, now we can get this heating back up. Turn on the fan, close the door. Okay. Yeah, it's a good degreaser. I mean, it takes a couple rounds sometimes, but when the stuff's done, it is absolutely beaming. Okay, so we got this giant gap right here where our power driver board was. Now I got to figure out how to fandangle the other power driver board in there. Then we can plug everything in and try to boot this machine up and see what happens. Getting it in there is going to be pretty tricky. But here we go. I should probably ground myself. That'd be good. Okay, I think we're clear. Okay. There's something behind it. What is it? There it is. Okay, that lock washer moved up. Okay. Looks good. Everything except for this one is good. There we go. Why you do this to me, machine? I mean, it's resting on there, but I need it to push down, so it's stuck on something. Okay, that lock washer is definitely far enough out. This one, maybe not. Maybe this one too. Okay. What's not going in? This one. Well, it really looks like it doesn't want to sit down. I don't know why. That looks good. I mean, it's definitely touching and everything, but it doesn't want to sit all the way down in this middle bracket for whatever reason. Everything else has adequate clearance except for this. There's my problem. What are you hanging on? There, got it. Slow and steady. Now we're going to tighten the screws back in, and then we can start plugging the pin connectors back in. Pretty terrifying stuff there. So these screws help ground the board. So if you have them loose or a couple missing, it can cause some issues. All right, what I'm going to go ahead and do is take my ESD mat off this pinball table. Actually, no, not yet. Not until I get the dot matrix back in. Okay, so what we just did, so anybody just joining, we just switched out the power driver board. We took out the one that was in the Creature of the Black Lagoon and put in the one that was in the Adams family. To plug it back in. The Creature in the Black Lagoon was having problems with booting up slowly, and it was also having problems shutting down during multi-ball. So we're going to see if swapping out a part will fix either of those issues or both. We're also going to run, we also did a multimeter test on all the test leads for this board that was in there before. And we're going to do another set of multimeter tests on this board using the same test points to see if there is a big difference. Did I already lose tape? I think I did. There it is, 22. Okay, this is going to be a bit weird. I can get these pieces of tape off here now. I labeled this when I pulled the Adams family originally. So this board was in no use right now. It's in a machine that's depopulated currently. But I at least know it's a working board. Okay, I got this bracelet out of here. Bubble cleaning machine. Yeah, the Ultrasonic. Oh, goodness. I'm excited to fire this thing back up, though. I really am. All right, 11's right here. Truthfully, quite excited. I'm kind of hoping and not hoping this fixes my problem, because if this doesn't fix my problem, well, I have a lot more to learn, or I'll be able to learn more because I'll have a new problem to study. But I'm also hoping it's working so I can play this machine. I love this machine. I'd love to be able to play it some. But regardless of what happens, this board right here is going to be my learning board. I have a Rotten Dog power driver board coming in to replace either of these boards. So this will be my learning board. Circuit board repair is a terrifying thought, but I have to start somewhere. That's where I'm going to start. On something big. $13. Nice. That tape actually cleaned the top of the connector pretty damn good. No shizzle. What did I just pull off? It's gotta be this one. Okay, feed this one back through. There we go. That was slightly pinched behind the board. What the hell? Okay, this is the unmarked one, so it should go here. Yep. J129 right here. There's not much give on these wires at all. They are wire tied in there very efficiently. Oh. $16. That one's a snug fit. Let me read chat here for just a second. Thank you for keeping it dapper. Appreciate it. Much love. All right, let's get this tape mess out of here. Don't need tacky stuff on my electrostatic discharge mat. No, electrical tape's very good about not leaving stickies. You forgot a spring out of that last bag assembly you took apart. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Let me get that in there. Good call, sir. Good call. I'll be buying a lot of new springs anyways, but God forbid I can't find something. It'll drive me nuts. Fix that problem. Thank you again. Okay, J128 right here. Get this 23 tab off, I think. Let's see, I'm gonna wait to do those till later. Okay, this is J123. Let's do 17 first. I'm gonna have to find a better way to label these. I mean, the number system works okay, but there's gotta be a better way. And realistically, as long as I can get everything back on, I did a good job, but I feel like I've muddied the way I do it a little bit too much. I definitely learned a lot of stuff that I did too much on when I did the Star Trek machine, like a lot of redundancy stuff I could cut out of my breakdown time to make less work for myself later, but I guess better over than under. Come on, get on there. Get on the pins. There you go. Good job. So this board also had new GI pins, general illumination pins, put in. So these should be solid. Maybe this will fix my string of light problems. I doubt it. I really should have waited on that one. Okay, well, can still pinch in there. 19. 20. There's definitely such a thing as over redundancy, but it's so much better to be safer than sorry. But like today I learned that these are all keyed, so it's really freaking hard to put the wrong one in the wrong place. Which I did not realize before. There we go, get on there. 9. Once we get through the bottom portion, we're through the vast majority of the pin connectors. Is that off? No, it's good. 10. I don't know why, but I always find this part nerve-wracking. Like I'm going to put something in the wrong place and break a pin or something. Not really a realistic fear, but it doesn't stop me from worrying. Nice and easy on that one. 39. Oh, we got to start running right now, nose. Okay. Excuse me, I just gotta go blow my nose real quick. Wonderful. Yeah, I think that's right, Astro Machine. Yeah, I'm getting a brand new Rotten Dog board in next week, so I can use one of these boards as my practice board. Well, I'm going to be using the one I just pulled out as my practice board. But this is a direct switch of parts on a machine that I can't even use right now because it's in pieces. So it makes sense to use this board to test. since I know it's working properly. Okay, let's see where we're at on connectors here. I got left one down here, my bad. If you're still in here, badonkadonk, what are the common causes of a slow booting machine? Because I read a couple things, but I wasn't quite clear on why a machine would take so long to boot up. Frankly, I don't really care if it takes long to boot up as long as it freaking gets there, you know? Well, I guess this one did have tape on it. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so now we got this string of wires. That really should be it. This is 30, what? Ha! Okay, my 32 got pulled off, so that's going to be this one. 51. What have I just done? Okay, it's this one. 31, or 51, this will be 32. $32, $31. Bad 12 volt, 5 volt, EEPROM, or watchdog circuit. What's a watchdog circuit? Once again, I know I thank you gratuitously all the time, but I really do appreciate you sharing your knowledge. It's a great help to me since, well, honestly, this shit's terrifying. I appreciate it. Okay, what we got left? We got 23 J105. Okay. J105. And 23. Okay, cool. Let's just make sure everything's there. We'll double check the connections and then pull these last couple pieces of tape. And we should be able to turn this bad boy on and see what happens. That one's a little loose, I can see it. There we go. Looks good, 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 good. Okay, let's see it. Checks for the proper 12 volt and 5 volt on the MPU. Okay. Alright, so what I'm going to do is put the dot matrix back in. Then I'm going to move the electrostatic discharge mat to the Adams Family machine with the other board on it. And then we'll fire this bad boy up. Come on. No, is that off a peg? No, it's not. Okay. Move the camera power supply over here so I can move this. Well, I'm nervous. I don't know about you guys. Okay, gotta move the stuff over here. Pretty organized. This space is just not ideal right now, though. Cannot wait till the new studio's set up. Okay. Mat's moved over. Probably help if I plug the machine in. Oh, I got another question for you, badonkadonk. One time when I turned on this machine, the the ball ejector seized and started smoking. But it wouldn't do that when the balls were in the machine. Who knows? All right. We're still going slow. Oh, crap. It's off. Yeah, it doesn't work. Let's give it a second to chill out. I didn't put the ribbon back on, so that's probably not going to help. Since the capacitors now have electricity, and I'm going to chill out a second. Very important. If that ribbon connector is not there, it can't get power to the MPU, which would definitely make it not boot. Yeah, this isn't plugged in right here. I'm going to give it like another minute. What a player, badonkadonk. What a player. Ah, sweet nectar. Man, that's some stale coffee. I love it. So bitter. Donation button, so I guess that's a bummer for me. Hopefully I don't shock myself. So yeah, pretty important this one's plugged in. You know, ribbon cables are pretty big. All right, here we go. Well, it definitely didn't boot up fast. But on a good note, we can get some tests in on the multimeter. And now we wait. Yeah, there's lights. The stuff's lit up. It's just booting very slow. But by swapping out the board with a board that we know works, we've at least diagnosed that there's some problem. Now, it could just boot up slow and then not die during multi-ball now, which would be cool. But now we just got to wait. Once it's fully booted, we'll take our multimeter and run the second set of tests.
So it's still booting slow?
Yeah.
I thought that was supposed to fix it.
It lessens the amount of stuff it can be, I suppose. Okay, so we got our old set of test stuff. So let me find my pin, and then we'll write down a new set. The wine was the dot matrix T-Druid, and that's not powered up yet. So test point 4 2C equals test point 1 12 VU equals test point 2 5 volt equals test point 3. There it goes. Okay, well, it only did one power cycle that time, which is the fastest it's booted after power cycle. And usually it runs through 5 to 10 power cycles before it goes. 12 VR equals test point 7. And this way I'll have a nice comparison between the two boards for voltage. Test point 6, 50 volts equals, and test point 8, 18 volt equals. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Apparently I forgot to put one down. That all right? Oh, test point 5 is the ground. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do the same test points with our multimeter on this board to see if we get the same or different results. I honestly don't know what'll happen, so we'll find out. That's right, say no to drugs. Where in the fudge did I put it? Fudgeums. Dude, I know I put it back. Unbelievable. Oh, it's right here. All right, so we're going to take our multimeter here. This game's high score feature does not recognize 10 billion rollovers. Interesting. I'll remember. All right, let's strap up. Well, I mean, I guess the fact that it powered after one power cycle is kind of promising. But what I'm going to have to do is get to a multi-ball to see if it dies again. And if it does, we've at least located this not the power driver board, which I guess is a good thing. Okay, turn on the multimeter. Clip myself to the ground. All right, so we're on 20 volts of direct current right now. Test point 4, which was the ZC, which I have no idea what ZC stands for. .38, so that's the same as before. It was 0.4 on the other one. Test point 1, 12 volts. Touch the ground. Touch the lead. See, there's no lead on the other board. Okay, this one's got me at 14 volts. It's pretty much the exact same as the other one. All right, test point 2, 5 volts. .89. It's actually slightly lower than the other one. But I'd say within normal parameters. Test point 3, 12. 12 volts. Where's test point 3? There it is. .8. That's the exact same as the other one. Test point 7, 20 volts. So we'll switch over to 200 here so we can get a better reading. Too much freaking coffee today, man. .9. Slightly higher than the other, but only by 0.3. Test point 6, 50 volts. Is up by these capacitors. There it is. All right, same as the other one, 70 volts. And now test point 8, the 18 volts, which was very fluctuaty last time. Yeah, they're pretty much the exact same between 14.2 and 17.1. So that confirms that my voltage is the same on both boards, which is a good thing, I guess. That means that one board's not bricked. Okay. I guess the next step would be is try to get to multi-ball. The similar thing to try is to reseat the MPU connectors in EEPROM, or EPROM. Okay. Do those just kind of pop out? And they all look pretty solid. Yeah, they look like they're in there good. Let me just zoom in here and make sure I know what you're talking about. Okay. So here's our MPU. To clarify, you're talking about reseating these things. This is the ROM, I know that. But not the little chips here, just the ROM here and this big one up here. Yeah, I read about that earlier today. Just the connectors in the ROM. Okay, what's the safe way to reseat it? Do I just take like a flathead screwdriver and just kind of wedge it up a bit and push it back down? It looks like there's only one real connector to the board other than the ribbon cables. Yeah, it does kind of look soldered. I agree. No, it's not. It's not soldered on there. I don't have a wedge stick, no. I got a nice, small flathead screwdriver, though. It's a plastic tool. Violently shake the board, it'll fix it, perhaps. Well, it's only dying during multi-ball, so it can't be that many things. If you tested the 5-volt on the CPU board, no. I'm guessing bit rot on the ROM right now. The exposed window is very sensitive to sunlight. Okay. That looks good. All right, well, I'm going to power it down and try to reseat that. I guess what I could do is just play a game and see what happens. Not sure what I should pry it out there with. See what happens. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? The machine powers down and then boots right back up. So I'll get to try out my new camera mount too. Won't be the best angle ever for playing, but won't be bad either. All right, let's get this wedged. Come on, what's on there? Can't hurt to try. Whoa. I'm hooked. All right. Let me see if I can get a decent camera angle for you guys here. Oh, bless America. This is not making it easy on me. This bar is really hard to move. Okay, that'll have to do.
And now, on with the show.
Ha! What do I have to do to get L? I don't even remember. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. Get out of here. Almost. I don't want to make a menu. I want to start the multi-ball. I know. I know. Sorry, lady. Bro, I just want to start multi-ball. That's it. There we go. So it's only crashed before when I found the monster. Do 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 do. God bless America. That's it, man. All right, so I blew my chance of getting the creature there. So I'm trying to get this clamp to stay where I want it to, but it won't. There you go. Clamp it down a bit more. Shame I have to play another round. Shame. It really has nothing to do with the multi-ball being initiated. It's when the creature pops on. This machine, man. It's a brutal machine. Okay, I see the eye, which is snack bar, which I can get now. I don't care about the mega menu. I want to, trust me. There we go. Really? I might have to wait for mega menu to be done? Maybe? We got there, okay. Get up there. There we go. God bless America. Oh, that was at it. Why, God, why?
Now, on with the show.
This machine's really deceptively hard, and it's much harder than I anticipated. Get up there. No? It's in a good enough spot. My goal tonight's not to play. I'm here to try to diagnose some stuff. Oh, get out there. Do 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 do. Shizzle, I had that one. Hit it one too many times. Okay, so going to the snack bar, lights 1 on the snack bar. Makes sense. Okay. The brutality. Yeah, I could do that, Meppy. I could. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're killing me, game. You're killing me. Ah. Nice.
Thank you. Enjoy the film.
Sorry. No, I do not know what Alien Crush is. Hi, James. This is exciting for you? I bet it is. There we go. Ugh! If I get them all the way this time, I'm gonna take the glass off and do it manually. James is so hype right now. Such a hype kitty. Ha! What a cycle. So I gotta get to the... to the left-hand side there, then we got the multi-ball start. James, what are you doing? Trying to stop me from getting multi-ball, aren't you, James? You're too hype, James. You're too hype. Extra balls lit. Well, good. God bless America, man. All right. Let's pull the glass. Do 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 do. Oh, it was stuck on the edge. I didn't even see that. I had a chance there. Okay.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's a good sign. My machine's pretty level. Whoa!
Right over, baby.
Okay.
How about a kiss?
I don't know.
Come on.
Well, maybe.
Jackpot's lit. Where? Left ramp. I'm trying. Well, it didn't crash. That's nice, I guess. Show the lockdown. 3 balls. 3 balls total. That's how many's in there. Oh, the sticker's actually worn off. It says 3. I can see that. Whoa. Oh, balls. It's okay. There he is. Ah, come on. Too much. Well, I think at this point I can safely assume it's not going to shut down. Sorry for the noise. There you go. So I did the flippers while the hologram was on. Looks good, man. Okay, so that's actually really good. So the problem there is if you do the flippers, usually that's when the power goes off. But that was undoubtedly much longer than I've ever had the machine last during multi-ball. It's always shut down before then. So let's try to figure out what the hell we learned from this experience. 1, playing with the glass off is extremely noisy. and also makes James hype. Okay. So what do we think it is, if that's the case? We have our old board over here. There's definitely a glob of solder on it, but if the board didn't crash there, I think we're in pretty good shape. I'm pretty stoked that worked, but it's still booting super slow. Let me hop back over here. Okay. For Stony, thank you for keeping it dapper. Appreciate it. What are the possibilities there? I got a little rust on these. Interesting. Probably go pick up a bunch of these new screws here. That one's definitely rusted. I'm just glad it didn't crash, but I still would, yeah, I wish I knew more about electronics too, but we'll get there. Still had a slow boot, but it was considerably faster. In fact, let me try booting it right now and see how fast it goes. It power cycled once and booted up right away. So, all I really got to hunt down at this point, obviously I have to put in a big play session to figure out if that truly fixed it or if I just got lucky. But it only power cycled once and then booted right away. So that worked out good. The symptoms were it's boots really slow if it's been off for a long time, but the less time that it's off, the faster it boots up. It also was crashing during multi-ball. We switched out the power driver board. The lamp row column is likely a loose wire. The reset from the other power driver board is either 12 volt or a cold solder joint, J101, okay? On a good note, I'm going to have the tech that worked on this machine on the phone when I get there. Would a loose wire for the set of lamps be on the clip itself? Because the string of KISS lights isn't working. However, when I put the multimeter to it, it was getting voltage. Just the lights weren't coming on. Dust Moret, thank you for keeping it dapper, sir. Appreciate it, man. I mean, as long as it does boot up, I'm fine, but, you know, I'd hate for just one day to wake up, try to turn it on, and realize that it's just never going to boot, because then I have a major problem. All right, turn the ultrasonic on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so with GI bulbs, if a lamp is out, is that going to cause a cascade failure on the rest? How many volts are you getting to the globes? Like 15? Maybe 18? Okay, let's get organized here. I'm definitely going to go buy all manner of screw and lock washer and everything else in the coming weeks. Those aren't in the great shape, but that's okay. I'm gonna bag these. Yeah, the driver board swap didn't change the sentiments for the slow boot, but it did fix the crashing during multi-ball. Okay, this is, what are these? Pop bumper? Yeah. No? Yeah, pop bumper. Hold on a gosh darn minute. These are all for flipper housings. The small ones are for pop bumpers, I think. Yes. These are all flipper housings. I'm super stoked that it doesn't crash during multi-ball now. I mean, I can actually play the machine now, which is great. I guess I could swap out the lights on, I could swap out the lights on the KISS string of lights and then see if that fixes it. As far as I could tell, it was getting power, though. I guess we could go test that. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. Wonderful. Yeah, a little oxidation, no big deal. They look a lot better than they were. The only other thing to involve with the boot is the MPU, okay? I mean, slow boot's not the end of the world as long as it's not shutting back off. I thought the problems were going to be related, but apparently I was wrong, which is fine by me, because the slow boot is definitely the less of the two issues. You can test voltage drop across bulbs with the multimeter, indeed. If I remember right, one of them wasn't getting... Okay, let's, this is pop bumper. Bracket screws. If you see a drop of full voltage, that's your burnt out bulb. Okay, I definitely had a full voltage drop. Well, yeah, Amadeus. I mean, I obviously want to get the issue fixed, but at the same time, I'm happy that it's working for now. Okay, I'm going to load up the pops here. The string of lights is a matrix problem. The driving circuit was replaced the driver swap. It must be a wiring issue. Okay? But as far as I can tell, the board that has the string of lights is getting voltage. I think. Hell, let's pull it open and take a look now. I'm pretty much over sorting parts at the moment. Move this up. Give myself enough clearance. Oh, come on. Be a friend. Be a friend, mount. Interesting. That should give me enough clearance. Well, I really disagree with it. If something's not broken, don't fix it. If there's a problem, you should get to it before it becomes a bigger problem, in my opinion. All right. The light connect on the lower portion of the driver board. Yellow and green wires. Okay, let's pull this off real quick. That is a crooked camera. All right. Should probably power this down. Okay. Capacitors are still powered. Let's chill for a sec. That's right. Say no to drugs. Do it. I'm really slow here. Can you explain to me why swapping the boards didn't fix it, makes it so it's a wiring issue? Right now, I'm checking the string of lights, which isn't working. So that's my last problem. Well, the slow boot's still a problem, but that one's less pressing. Okay. Green and white wires right here. Man, it's putting out some heat. Light connects on the lower right portion of the driver board. Yellow and green wires. That's white and green. These are yellow and blue. Yellow with a blue stripe. I don't see any yellow green. See white green. I think this one also has a lamp controller board on the bottom. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, Badonkadonk. Makes sense. Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it. I hate being a noob sometime. That's okay. There's worse things to be. Yellow sounds correct. Got a string of red wires down here, and red, and there's yellow wires here as well. If I'm not mistaken, the ones on the lamp itself, or the lamp board itself, is red with yellow stripes. But this is a cluster of yellow wires. These three are red. And this is a weird purple wire. Those all look pretty solid in there. You need to recrimp them, maybe? That one's good. 2 yellow and 3 red connectors. So that's the 2 yellow here and the 3 red here. You know, they have lithium-ion batteries, and I mean, it's possible, but I'd have a hard time believing they didn't change the batteries. Worth a try, though. You'd think it's on the playfield. All right, let's go look at the board on the playfield. I love the underside of this machine. It's pretty darn neat. Pretty darn neat. I think I have enough clearance to get my board up with the camera there. Certainly hope so. I can always just swing it to the side if I need to. Now I'm second guessing myself. Let's see. Yeah, I could check the voltage on the batteries. That's actually a good call. I need to replace them anyways, so I'm just going to swing this to the side real quick while I pull up the playfield. Okay, let's get the balls out of here. Now these need to be reseated in there. Okay. Oh yeah, we wouldn't have made that at all. Not even close. So the board in question is this one right here. Come on, camera, you can focus better than that. I know you can. I got faith. All right, I'll manually do it then. Oh, it's on manual focus, so that makes more sense then. The column that's out is yellow with a red stripe. It was yellow, black. This one's red and yellow. Should I boot it up and test the solder joints? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's 2 sets. Okay, so how this one works is there's a mirror in the bottom of the playfield. Oh, I just have a dead string of lights. Let me zoom out on the thing here. I can explain how the hologram works, at least. Whoops, that's in. Okay, so down here in the board, there's a mirror right there, right in front of the coin box. There's a light that shines onto that, which then shines onto the hologram. And there's a little actuator arm here that spins and makes the hologram move, as well as the mirror moves back and forth as well. Okay. I gotta trace back where this thing goes. KISS, 10 mil, 20 mil, 30 mil, and specials are the lamps on that circuit. Yes. Then we are, we're good. It's only, as far as I can tell, it's only the KISS that's not working. The 20 mil, 30 mil, and everything else works. Just this board is the only one that's not working correctly. Check for a loose yellow, red on any of those lamps, okay? Too many wires, man. It's hard to get back here. Okay, let's see. Oh, that one's good. It's good. I mean, truthfully, none of them feel loose. This one doesn't feel like it's screwed in all the way, because it's not. Now, they all look like they're in there good. Alright, I need to get out of here without pulling down the camera. Pull against board and look for a cracked solder pad. Alright, can do. There's got to be something going on with the board. The wires are definitely in the connectors properly. My hex here. Yeah, none of them are turning on. I'll stick LEDs in there while I got them off the board too. Why not? Where's my hex at? Man, this thing needs an organization like crazy. Tech, good question. When you boot up the machine, it goes into like a tracked mode where it uses all the lights and different sequences and stuff to look pretty. So these would be turning on for sure in that case. Come on. Okay. So we got 3 hexes to take off here. Do a quarter turn on this one. Okay. All the solder looks good other than this little nick on the board here. Everything else looks solid. I mean, I guess I can try putting new bulbs into it. They all look pretty good. Board's dirty, but otherwise in pretty good shape. Let me hop over to the other camera and look at it. If lights are in a series, they all come at the same time. Well, they don't all come on at the same time every time on the machine. All right. Yes, I can. Let me get to the other cam here and I can zoom in real good. Zoom in on the connector. So there's... I don't see any cracked solder on there. Just the other side. Yeah, I can continuity test. Actually, the solder here is a bit cracked. Not in a way that's like actually pulling apart, but see if it'll focus up. Doing good. Guild, how are you? Yeah, it's missing a pin here because there's no wire for that one, so it gets clipped. I suppose so, Coolitron. There's definitely a little bit of cracking on this one that I can see. Okay, I need to clean up this workbench. It's nuts right now. Hey, Brother Daddy, nice to see you, sir. All right, we got a lot done today, so there's a lot of stuff on the bench. Glad to hear it, Guild. Unless you angle the connector, huh? I definitely wiggled it around while it was on to see what would happen. Let's do some continuity testing here. So continuity test is 0.7-ish, okay? Pull my chair up here. Rising Backpack, I do pinball streams every Sunday. It's not always this. It's a lot of playing as well. But right now we're in a lot of projects. Point 0.6. 0.6. 0.597. 0.6. 0.589. That one's 0.6. So they're all pretty close. Okay. It's definitely there. Ooh. It's good. Diodes look good. Get a towel down so it stops flipping around. We're not sure exactly, just that the string of lights is not turning on. Is there a problem? We got continuity there. Okay. It's good. Good. Let's try from here to here. Oh, no, from here to here. Well, I mean, everything looks good, so I think I should pop some LEDs in there and then see what happens. That is correct, Shermanic. That is the audio cue that there is continuity between the 2 points. The bulbs have a common ground in the key pin. It does not look like it. Actually, yes, they do. It's this pin right here, I think. They all lead back to that one. So the continuity function allows you to see if there's electricity flowing from one point to another. No worries, Shermanic. I'm very new to multimeter usage myself. All right, these are going to be all 555s. Okay, so this is the yellow-red column where the ground is, or they all come to a point. So should I technically be able to get a reading from this to... Yeah, it's good. Okay. Everything connected over except for this one. Maybe? What's going on with that? So these 2 points connect. Those 2 connect. If we get over here, nothing. It should go from a line over here. Not ground, gotcha. One side of each lamp. Okay. I'm going to guess it disconnects, so maybe this is my dead lamp. I guess that would make sense that this is the dead one. Cool. Bummer key. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am very much a noob at this stuff, but enjoying it for sure. I guess another test I could do continuity from one side of the lamp to the other. Change to resistance check. Which one is that? Is that oh, Lord help me. Let's see here. Always learning. Always learning. Okay, so that does not connect. The ohm symbol, yeah, okay. That's where we're at right now. Got 200, 2K, 20K, 200K, 2 million, and 20 million. I'm going to guess we're in the 2K range. For sure, Bummer Key. It's been really enjoyable to learn this stuff. I'm constantly learning new things, which is very exciting. Yeah, we got that right here. So we're on... Whoa, we're on resistance. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to go. No, I do not have a voltage generator, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Okay, we're going to just try replacing these bulbs, because as far as I can tell, everything's fine. Inserts and controlled lamps. I'll get these. These are all 6.3. We got 200, 2K, 20K, 200K, 2M. Ribs take many hours, and I don't have many hours to do cooking with frag, unfortunately. We are limited in the things we can do because of that. I mean, I guess one of these is yellow. A bad lamp can kill the whole board. Well, now we know. It's got to be that, because the continuity worked across the board. All the points connected that were supposed to. 20K. Okay, we'll set it to 20K. How do you tell? No, it's not going to work. The lamps are not in series. A bad lamp will not kill the whole board. Okay? Fair enough. Yes, I do. Rising Backpack. We generally close the vote for cooking with frag 2 weeks ahead of time and get a recipe up as soon as possible. We have to test the recipe as well. I'm not sure what I should do next. I mean, I can replace the bulbs, but rightfully that probably won't fix my problem. This one's going to be yellow. A bad connection to the yellow-red column, which is this column right here. This one right here. But we got continuity from pretty much everything there. Let's see. Let's try again. Okay, this one is not going over. It's reaching the lamp. It's reaching this lamp, and this one, that one. Okay, so when it reaches the other side of the lamp, it does not power. That makes sense. But we got continuity to all of the lamps from the yellow-red post. So it reached the other connector pins. Oop. No. All right, let's pull the bulbs. Try from each side of the same lamp. Okay. That's nothing. I'm pretty sure I tested all connections here. So the yellow-red wire isn't getting to that board. Check the yellow-red wires at the special lamps around the 30 mil lamp. There are 2 yellow-red wires that should connect to 1 lead. Okay. Check the yellow-red wires at the special lamps. And at the 30 mil lamp, there are 2 yellow-red wires that should connect to 1 lead. Let's hop back over to the other place. Okay. Hoo-ah. Okay. I don't see two wires connecting to one lead anywhere. It's all single. The 20 mil lamp is, let's find it. No, that's not it either. 20 mil lamp would be it's 30 million, 20 million right here. No, that's on the board. That's the top one. That's the top bulb. Is the 20 million. It's a mystery. Where's the 30 million special? Okay. Oh, balls. 30 million is this bulb right here. It's just one red wire. No, one red wire and two yellow wires connecting to the back. 3 yellow wires connecting to the back, which strings over here to the special. So specials, oh god, I can't see. Specials right here, 30 millions right here. Those both look good. Oh, this connection looks a little shoddy, actually. No, it's on there. Yeah, those two work as far as I know. I didn't see any other bulbs that don't work. I can try booting it up real quick to see. Oops. Let me boot it up and see. I'm pretty sure they all work except for the KISS board. Well, there it surged the power, but now it's in that holding cycle again. Do. It'll boot in a second. You can run a jumper from the yellow-red on those to the yellow-red pin on the KISS board. Okay. Let me hop over to the other cam real quick. Okay. So, would I put the jumper directly on the tab and then split the wire going into the yellow-red on the KISS board and just solder it in between them? So, God, this is a weird camera angle for me. Wire off the tab. Here's the here's the wire that connects to the yellow red on the KISS. I'd cut this wire and then solder it in. Or would I do it and then crimp it into where the yellow-red wire is right now? There it goes. All right, let's make sure this is working. All right, I can confirm that the special and 30 mil lights are working. I would try a gator clip connector first to verify that it works. Could still be on the board. Fair enough. All right, well, first things first, let's power down. Then we can try to do some fandangling. It was on the solder pad, Badonkadonk. Should I do an additional continuity test on just the pin itself? Check from the pin to a lamp, okay? Seems to be good. Yeah, I'm on only the pin now, not on the solder pad, and it connected to all the lamps. So we're not getting juice to this pin right here. Okay, let's check continuity along the yellow-red line from the 30 mil special lamp to the connector. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, let's hop over to the screen then. Okay. Let me take the reference check here. Okay, so it's the one next to the split pin. Okay. It's going to be a pain. Where am I going to rest this thing? See if I can wedge it in here. That's a negatory. Okay, so that's going to be this one right here. That's my ground. Should that work? No. There's the pin right there. getting power. Yeah, the continuity is definitely working there. Oh, this game just had some stuff wrong with it, V-Guy. The playfield's in such amazing condition, though. Okay, so I put the ground on the pin connector, and then did it on both the 30 mil and the special, connecting to the opposite side of the diode. And there you go. Definitely got continuity to the yellow-red wire, though. I would reflow the solder on the pin and plug it in. Alrighty. Well, I'm not going to do that tonight because I can't have any space to set up a proper soldering station. So next step is what we'll do is we'll reflow this and then plug it back in. But I guess that's a comforting sign that it is getting power from the 30 mil and special, and now I know how to track down a light problem, so thank you again, sir. I have no experience with cracked solder joints, so you would be the man. Let me see here. It looks really smooth and clean, to be honest. You know, it probably would be plugging it in and wiggling the connector that would work. Okay, let me find the orientation. We'll try plugging it in and doing that, and then it'll probably work, and then I'll feel stupid. So, let me just check the orientation of this before I put the LEDs in and plug it back in. So I'm going to pull the board. I might as well get the LEDs in. Okay, so the two separate ones are on the top. The board goes in. Like this, which means these two are yellow. Wiggling the connector would verify a cracked solder joint. How? I did learn a lot while testing. That's true. I've actually learned an incredible amount in today's stream. Get in there. Or don't. I'm sorry. Are you just being a pain, or what's going on here? Yeah, just being a pain. Okay. Okay, gotcha. That makes too much sense. Why are you being a pain? These are the same, aren't they? Yes. They should all be the same lights. Maybe not. Yeah. No, it's just being stubborn. It's fair. Nope. The hell? Okay. We'll get this screwed back in, turn it on, and we'll see. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I just ordered the coin taker LED kit. Same thing I did with the Star Trek machine. I ended up ordering some other lights to modify the lighting, but I figured getting them in there to begin with is a good place to start. Pink LEDs are pretty cool, though. I ended up using some blues and a lot of purples on the Star Trek Next Generation. I'm sorry, I should have switched cameras here. That was a fun noise. All right. Cheese and rice. Multimeter's still on, thank you. Good eye, sir, good eye. All right, I'm gonna boot this back up one more time, and then wiggle the connector to see if we can get anything to go on. That was a fun noise. Unboot, you old dog. I guess this is the annoying part about the slow boot. Is this happening? That judging glare. He's like, why don't you work, machine? Good old Picard. There it goes. Oh my god. All but one of the bulbs works now. Or maybe... Yeah, they're coming on. Except for one of them, which is the third bulb. So... The K for Kiss isn't lighting, but the other ones are. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm glad it's working, but the one light's not. Well, that's better than it was. Yeah, I am. I can't really get back there, but I'm gonna guess that it's just a bad seat on the LED, but it's otherwise working. I'm gonna worry about that later. At least the board is getting power and the lights are coming on. I was. I bet that one's not seated properly. This project... No, we're in a tract right now, and the K is not coming on. The other ones are flashing in rotation, so it's lighting up the KISS like 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, but the K is not coming on. But progress. I don't have another lamp holder, but that's okay. Yeah, that was the bulb that was causing me problems, isn't it? One day I'll have all the parts to just swap stuff out, new lamp holders and stuff, but that's definitely, I think, good enough for tonight. The K in KISS, V-Guy. We're looking at the back of the creature from the Black Lagoon. All right, guys, let me hop over to the other camera real quick. Gearhead, debating on what happens here soon. Not that much longer. I mean, I got the issues I wanted to sorted tonight. We swapped out the power driver boards, which solved our multi-ball killing the machine problem. Didn't fix the slow boot. You have plenty of other holders on the board. Switch them with each other. Do they just twist out? I'm going to worry about all this later. You step over here and say goodnight. Hi, Chiku. How are you? No. No, I won't let you out. Chiku. Well, it's fine, Chiku. It's cool. This is my old cat. This is Chiku. Say hi to the camera, Chiku. I know you hate me right now. It's okay. It's okay. All right, guys, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out to watch. Huge thank you to Badonkadonk for helping me troubleshoot stuff. Really appreciate it. Learned a ton tonight. Learned about continuity testing. Learned about how to hunt down a light string, which I did not know before. We got the power driver board switched out, which fixed our multiply killing problem. We still have a slow boot on this machine, but I really resolved what I wanted to be honest. So thank you, everybody, for coming out to watch today. We also cleaned a bunch of parts and everything else. It was a really great stream. Learned a ton. Got a lot done. We'll be back at it tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific. Until then, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Have a great one, everybody, and thank you, thank you. The ferrets are just fine, but they're not up here. Have a great one, everybody. It's a great stream. Thank you all. Wonderful. Thank you, Dog. I'm gonna favorite that right now. You got it? Cool. Thanks, Ashley. All right, guys. Thank you again. That was a really, really great stream. I look forward to coming back and doing it again tomorrow. Be back soon.